Hey everyone, it's Scott Hansen from NFL Red Zone reminding you to watch Sportsballers, the podcast that gets you caught up on everything Washington sports and beyond.
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of the Sportsballers podcast. I'm Evan Ash, joined as always by Corey Puffett and Eric Myers. It's a very special live episode, and it's not special in the sense that we're having technical problems. So,
as you can tell by the fact that we have still images of ourselves on the screen, and
like all of us,
yeah,
or just
yeah,
me?
No, all of us.
Oh, okay.
All of us have
so
still images right now, and a couple of them are not working so great.
Oh dear. So we have faces for radio then. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. If Evan, if you want to send me a photo, like a horizontal photo instead of a vertical one, that would be even better.
This is going great. So Eric, how have you been? How's your day going?
Well, this has been a little bit hectic the last 45 minutes or so, but other than that, it's been pretty good. The weather's not too bad. The pollen has subsided a little bit, so I'm not hacking and having a huge headache all day. But
just in time for the cicadas.
Yes.
Yeah. So, needless to say, we have technical issues. I was about to show the camera. That's not working. We have technical issues already crossed off on our bingo card. So, yeah.
I still had my piece of paper that I wrote down all the picks on from last year laying around here because I haven't moved a whole lot in the last year. It's pretty much been sitting in the same spot.
Oh, okay.
So that's my life.
Yeah. No idea if we're on live.
We are live.
Shaquille O'Neal.
We
no
are
idea.
Absolutely
but
live.
we do care though. We do
yes.
give. Yeah.
Yeah, we give a lot of those. So yeah, it is draft night. We're excited. The Orioles won today, which was shocking after they spectacularly blew it. Did you see any of the game or no?
I didn't get a chance to watch today's game. I was running around all afternoon doing God knows what because I got to go to a wedding tomorrow, and then I've got Sean's bachelor party on Saturday, so it's going to be a busy time. So.
Oh, okay.
Didn't quite have time to cut out time for Natty Bows and Let's Go O's, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Today.
Well, they beat Corey's Yankees 4-3 in extras.
Yes, I saw the final score. I did not get
extras,
an opportunity to view it.
An extra inning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with this Skype tonight. But, my team doesn't pick for a while, so we have plenty of time. Expecting a 5-hour show.
Hopefully not.
That's what we did last
5
year.
hours. I think we started earlier last year.
Awesome,
but
we also had the technology working a bit better.
Yeah, it's disappointing. Even my
you would think that after a year we would have gotten better at this, but
even my phone
we're trending in the wrong
video
direction.
is not working right now.
You can say that again. I would love to hear from Corey.
Can you guys not hear me?
Something.
Well, that's awesome.
Especially because Corey's the guy that's recording all of this nonsense that we run our mouths about.
In that case.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the draft itself, right? This is the most ridiculous exercise. They're just reading some names, and we're so excited about it. Like, what are we doing?
This is hope. This is hope for your team. That's the way it works.
Yeah.
People get excited. Like, I get irrationally excited when my team drafts a quarterback, although it's been a while. I got irrationally excited for Dwayne Haskins because, hey, it's a new quarterback, and he might be good. Probably won't be good, but he might be good. So you get hyped.
Oh, yeah.
Zach Wilson looks like he's about 15 years old.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he looked like he was 8.
Either way, he looks very young.
All right, well, I'm going to take over for just a moment here.
Issues,
to
say the least.
I know you all can hear
Evan
Eric. And
Corey says, tell the people you're handing it off to him and then be quiet for just a moment while he fixes his...
Okay. Well, there you go. Eric just got cut off, but I'm going to get this fixed. And we got a little issue on my end with Skype. This happened last week as well, for those of you who were joining us. I don't know how many of you were. But hopefully now I'm joining the call, and we should be able to hear them, and I should be able to see them.
Fourth time.
And can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
There we go. Okay, I can't see either of you. You guys should hopefully be able to see me.
I see you smiling like this, frozen the entire time.
Oh. Well, yes, I know that I was frozen before.
You're still frozen.
Oh, I am. Okay. Well, both of you
but
have
I can hear you, which is progress.
That is progress. I can see Eric now. Still can't see Evan, but we kind of figured that would be the case.
Yeah. Yeah.
141 episodes, people. This is what happens.
Right.
Still figuring out the bugs of podcasting.
I'm going to drop out again and try to figure out something else.
All right. Well, so while Evan does that and hopefully can get his Skype video working, I'm not holding my breath at this point. He's already completely turned off his computer at least twice, trying to get the camera to work. Of course, it works every single week that we meet for this show when we're not doing video for the podcast, and it's literally just Eric and me looking at him, not really needing to see him, certainly wanting to. You know, he lives down in Georgia. We don't see him often enough, but we don't need it for the show. And then the week that we're all like, yes, we're doing video, we're all going to be on there, it doesn't work. So I think right now Eric might actually be unfrozen. I think I'm unfrozen, at least on my end. So let's see. Yeah, he's moving around a little bit. So
you're moving too.
Yeah, we'll try this with our video so you guys can actually see us talking. I apologize if the AV sync, the audio video sync, sucks right now. We did not get enough time to really test it as many times as I would have liked to. It did work once. It did work once before the show started. But oftentimes when I stop recording, listen to it, and then hit record again, it gets out of whack. So who knows?
I mean, we can barely get our videos not to freeze. So getting the audio video sync is just, that's a little bit too much to ask. Don't be greedy.
Yes. So, you guys will be able to at least see that we are moving. We are actually here in front of our cameras. We're watching TV. I know Evan is watching the ESPN stream. I don't know which one Eric is. I'm watching on NFL Network.
I'm on ESPN as well.
All right. I might switch over to ESPN just so that maybe all of our listeners will watch the same thing we're watching and can see exactly what we're reacting to. In particular, if we react to any of the highlight videos that they show for these guys as they get picked, it'd be nice if we're all kind of reacting to the same thing. So, of course, my remote control is all the way over there, so I'll change the channel in a few minutes. First, though, for those of you who watched some of our show last year, we had graphics and stuff to show who was getting drafted, and I think we were showing what college they went to, but the one thing we were not showing was which teams drafted them. That was a big oversight. I shouldn't say it was an oversight. It was more of I decided not to use that because of space issues on the graphics, and I was too lazy to come up with a better graphic design in the little bit of time I had from when I decided to actually make a graphic to when we got started with the show. This year, though, you'll notice at the bottom of the screen, we've got a sort of a ticker. It's not a standard ticker that sweeps across the bottom of the screen the same way that you would see on ESPN or NFL Network right now. But we've got our ticker with the order of the draft, who's picking when. If there are any trades, we'll make sure that we fix those and they're reflected in the order. And as players are drafted, I will go into my software, put those in. It'll probably be a couple minutes in between when they make the pick and I get it into here. But you'll actually be able to see along the bottom of the screen throughout our show every pick that is made, who they went to, who they play for, who they're going to be playing for, who they played for in college, and their position. So really excited about that. You can see right now we're already near the end of that. And the cool thing is that the software that I'm using for our broadcast last year, it would not have allowed me to just restart the video. I can restart that ticker as soon as it ends, which is awesome. Really cool addition to this software that we're using. Evan is still not back with us. I am going to get up for just a moment, hand it off to Eric, and go get my remote control and switch my TV over to ESPN.
Yeah, hi everybody. Thanks, Corey, for just leaving me hanging as I sit here and watch my muted television as we get ready for the draft. Some angsty-looking hipster band is performing right now. I don't know who they are or what song they're playing, but they look like they're trying really hard to sound good, so good for them. I know I'm excited for this draft because I just love listening to names be read by the commissioner of the NFL. That's going to be a fun time. But draft day is always exciting because there's irrational hope for fans of crappy teams. There's irrational hope for mediocre teams to get into contention. So you never know what you're going to end up with, but everybody comes out of draft day, unless you have a terrible pick, like, say, the Green Bay Packers did last year, then otherwise you usually come out feeling somewhat optimistic. But the Packers are now paying the price for that idiotic pick from last year because their star quarterback has finally said, I'm tired of all y'all fools. Get me up out of here, or you're going to regret it. So there's that. And that Schefter bomb sort of came as the draft was starting to get settled in a little bit. We kind of have an idea of at least what the first few picks are going to be. Although there is still some intrigue with the 49ers. Trey Lance's betting odds have actually gone up to the point where he's the betting favorite to be picked by the 49ers as of right now. So something must have changed. Somebody got a little nugget that Kyle Shanahan perhaps came to his senses and has decided he's not just going to draft the guy that's going to be a less athletic version of the quarterback he already has. He might actually want to get somebody with some upside. So I'm interested to see how that plays out as well. I know Corey is. I know Evan is, wherever the hell he is. So I'm sure he'll get back in here hopefully before they start actually picking players. But we all know who's going 1 and 2, so he's got a little bit of time before we actually get into something remotely interesting regarding who did what.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a really interesting draft, and I didn't have my headset on for that whole thing, Eric, so I missed a little bit of the beginning, but I did catch you were talking about the whole Aaron Rodgers thing, and it's interesting because he very heavily implied that he wanted to move on earlier in the offseason. But the Packers have been very adamant that they're not moving him. The Rams reached out and expressed interest before they ultimately traded with the Lions and got Matthew Stafford. And now the 49ers have reached out to them, and Aaron Rodgers reportedly would like for the Packers to accept that trade. I think anybody honestly should go after him, but the question is, will the Packers move him? And I don't think they will. But if they don't, will Rodgers actually play for them? And that's a legitimate question. I don't think that that's a crazy question to ask. I don't think the answer should be, well, of course he'll ultimately suit up. Because you don't know these days with some of these quarterbacks who, they have more control over what they want to do today than ever before. And I don't say that like it's a bad thing. Those of you who listen to our show with any kind of regularity know that almost always we are a very player friendly podcast. We tend to side with the players over coaches, over owners, more often than not. So I'm okay with it if Aaron Rodgers decides to sit out because he doesn't want to play for the Packers and they refuse to move him. That's his prerogative. But it's going to be interesting to see how that situation plays out. I see Evan is here, and he's got some video. Let me take his picture down because it's
I don't see any video.
I do. It's not very good. It's a little choppy, but we do have video of Evan.
It's not very good. Well,
it's better than it was.
Yeah. We're still working out the bugs. It's very choppy. Oh, dear. Okay, so maybe this wasn't the best solution either.
We'll live. Just kind of raise your camera up a little bit because right now we're just looking at your neck.
Okay. Well, still tweaking.
Okay.
Trying to get it. But can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine. And
Alrighty.
let me I'll check the stream just to make sure the audio is good there. So just, you can take back control of the con, as they say on Star Trek.
Well, I mean, as soon as I got my phone here all plugged in and stuff, there are cords everywhere in this room now. Because, what happens to the best laid plans to get hit by a torpedo or something. It's just been a disaster. Now everything is buzzing.
What's buzzing? In your ear?
No, my phone's.
Oh.
I'm like Adam Schefter over here. It's all buzzing. In case y'all didn't notice, the NFL draft is tonight, the first round, and so I'm just getting alerts from NFL app and Ravens and stuff. I don't even have the draft on the screen yet, thanks to all the issues that we've been having. I don't know what y'all were talking about while I was on my technical difficulty hiatus from the podcast briefly.
We talked a little bit about Aaron Rodgers and that whole situation. I think we kind of beat that into the ground for now.
Okay.
Any of our listeners who are also watching ESPN or NFL Network, they're going to have their ears talked off about that plenty tonight and over the next couple of days. So we don't.
Well, they should be listening to us.
Well, they should be,
them.
but
Why would you listen to those people who've been doing it for decades and are experts in the field? No, you should listen to us instead. All right, so we're getting this thing fired up. We've totally done this 140 times already.
Technically, we've done it 143 times because we did an episode -1 and -2, and we had a 2-part episode mixed in there. So we've done this a lot, and the technology just. I'm blaming Skype for this one. This one is on Skype. If Skype was better,
I agree.
And if OBS would allow us to pull, if OBS would allow us to pull video from a different service like Google Meet or even Zoom with any kind of ease, I would totally use that.
Oh, really? Okay.
I feel like those would certainly be more reliable on the video side of things. But
okay,
we're stuck using Skype, and so we're going to be stuck with Eric freezing on and off, and Evan right now, his video is a little bit choppy, but at least it's coming through. Mine is probably only the good one because everything is going through my computer. So if it wasn't for that, I'm sure that my video would suck just as much. Again, any of you who are joining us just now, apologies if there is a bad desync with the audio and video. We didn't get as much time as I would have liked to test that out at the beginning of the show. And so it may be a little bit off. Just try to ignore it as much as possible. I would have loved for it to have been a little smoother. Last year we actually had a pretty smooth show as far as that went. The thing that I really wanted to improve upon this year was the graphics, and we've improved on that, and we've taken a massive step backward on the more basic, what should be the more basic part. So, who is playing the audio in the background?
It's not me.
Eric.
It was good. I was trying to read the comments and it kept opening the damn video
Well,
instead of.
just turn the volume down on your phone.
I mean, yeah, okay, shut up.
Have you used the phone before? Is this...
And now Eric is frozen with his hand up right now, just waiting
it's
for a
not-
high five. He looks like Tom Brady over there, just waiting.
Oh,
It's
well,
not-
I can't see any of that.
He's unfrozen now, but he was definitely frozen for a moment there.
Yeah, I could see it on the phone. God, I need to get away from this. I don't want to look at that. That looks terrible. So you guys feeling how many running backs we getting taken in the first round this year?
I think
One?
just one, maybe. I think
Just
it'll
the
be
one?
Najee Harris out of Alabama.
I saw one mock that had Najee Harris going to the Bucks at pick number 32 and him being the only pick in the first round. I wouldn't be shocked if we don't see any running backs in the first round, but I also wouldn't be shocked if we saw 2 or even 3. I don't really think that there's a big distinction as far as tiers between Najee Harris and Travis Etienne. And Javonte Williams is only a step behind them, so it really just comes down to need. I think that there's a pretty big gap after the third running back. So if there are teams that feel like they really need a running back, I could see all 3 of them going. That said, we've talked about this before on the show. Running back is probably the most replaceable position on the football field at the professional level. And so if you don't get one of those 3 guys, is that really the end of the world for your team? Probably not.
Now, the teams that are going to draft a running back are the ones that don't really have any other needs. Like Tampa Bay doesn't really have a position of need, so they can splurge a little bit on a luxury item like a running back, whereas somebody like the Dolphins, they desperately need playmakers, pass catchers for Tua. They're not going to sit there and say, hey, let me get a running back in the top 10 like you used to see happening on a regular basis. And typically the teams that, even in the recent past, that have drafted running backs in the top 10 or so, we've kind of looked at them later and said, why the hell did you do that? That was dumb. Like Leonard Fournette, who was a fine player, but he certainly should not have been picked ahead of Deshaun Watson or Patrick Mahomes. And yet nobody seems to discuss that blunder of a pick as much as they do Mitch Trubisky, or even who the 49ers picked at number 3, because they were really into Kirk Cousins and then later Jimmy Garoppolo. And now they find themselves wanting a quarterback today.
But even with a team like the Bucks, who don't really have another major need to fill, running back is not really a need for them either. They've got 2 capable running backs. Leonard Fournette is a decent player. Not great, but he's certainly not bad. Rojo is a pretty solid player. Not in the passing game, but in the running game, he's proven himself to be just fine. So you don't necessarily need a running back. So if you've got, at that point, I kind of feel like you have to take the best available. And is the best available really a player at a position that is as replaceable as running back is?
But you also have to keep in mind that both Rojo and Leonard Fournette are going to be free agents after this season. So there is some value in getting some stability at the position with a rookie who's going to be on a cheap deal. So that might be a consideration for them as well. But it's not set in stone, and it doesn't particularly matter, again, because the Bucs, anybody they pick, it's going to be pretty much a snore. Like, nobody's going to look at them and say, wow, they really knocked it out of the park tonight, because they don't have much to do. They just need to build their depth out and just get a little bit better and try to come back and repeat, whereas other teams can transform their team with this. Now, obviously, if the Bucs do something crazy, like trade Tom Brady to move up and draft Justin Fields or something like that, then it's going to be headline news. But that ain't going to happen. So I wouldn't expect that to happen or anything more crazy than that. When you're the champs, everybody's got to come to you.
I don't think that's that crazy. I think it's crazy to do that. Like, why would you trade away Tom Brady? But, I mean, getting rid of a 43-year-old quarterback, I think that makes sense, on the surface anyway. But I think Tom Brady is a special case in all areas. So
and it's also more that's a
Don't be
shocking
cute.
turn of events. Like it's not. I'm not saying that they shouldn't try to get a quarterback to replace a 43-year-old. Obviously, that's going to come down the line sooner rather than later, even as Tom Brady continues to play forever and defy his age. But just the fact that something like that would happen when they are a contender right now would seem a little insane to put their Super Bowl contending team in the hands of a rookie.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just go with the old guy until, he can't anymore.
So the wheels fall off.
And it doesn't seem like they're going to. I think is Tom Brady the most stable quarterback position in that division? Like, compared to Jameis versus Taysom Hill, or Matt Ryan, who seems like he's on his way out, or Sam Darnold is supposed to start. You kidding me?
I'd take I'd take the Bucs quarterback situation over all of those every day and twice on Sundays. So,
are people booing Roger Goodell right now? I don't have the sound turned on.
Let me see. If they were, they stopped by the time I turned my sound on.
Okay. Well, I'm sure. Well, the
Jarvis
Jets
Landry's
are picking
there
soon. Yeah.
Well, see, they put a bunch of, and Joe Thomas is there too.
Yep.
They put a bunch of Cleveland legends on the stage.
And Bernie
so
Kosar.
so the Browns fans wouldn't boo the stage because that's always the trick.
Smart.
It's the same thing it was the same thing that Donald Trump did, where he rolled in and at the Nats game and tried to avoid boos by sort of hiding behind certain situations. It didn't help.
I am glad that the draft is live again this year, on a stage and everything. But there was something that I appreciated about the setting last year, and being in Goodell's living room and seeing.
Basement.
I hope that they still have, video of the families in their homes during day 2 and 3. And maybe even video of some fans the way that they did last year, because I think that was kind of a special element to add into the whole experience of the draft. Like everything during this pandemic, I think that there are a lot of good things that we can take out of it, things that we had to create. I think they got Goodell's chair there. So chair. There's something that's kind of cool, to bring into this setting now that we've come out of, or we're coming out of COVID.
Oh yeah, the chair last year, that was so fun because as it got later and later and later, it seemed like. Goodell, when he first came out to announce the Bengals pick, he had the full suit on. He was dressed and everything was snapped and up and everything.
He just had a nice casual sweater.
Yeah, and then by we got into the middle of the first round, he had his sweater and his tie was gone and the top button or two were unbuttoned. And then by the time we got to the 30th pick, the jacket's gone, the shirt's untucked. He's sinking down in the big chair. I'm like, the 32nd pick, he's going to have a robe and slippers and some hot chocolate. It's going to be bedtime shortly.
Well, maybe they'll bring that out for this too. Letting one of the Jags fans sit in the chair.
Is that going to be is that who's on the clock? They just have a fan in that team's jersey come sit in the chair.
Hey, if that's what they want to do, I'm here for it. She looks like a queen up there in that chair. She's ready to go.
It's the commissioner's chair. That's the throne.
She is ready to go. She's ready for.
Oh yeah.
She's ready to meet Trevor Lawrence.
I'm. Now that I'm getting a little older, I'm gonna need a chair like that in my life as well. Gonna be the old man sitting in the big chair. Of course, that's where I do my reading next to the fireplace. That's where I would read the newspaper if I ever had. Oh, the Jags are on the clock. Okay.
Who do we think they're gonna take? Any predictions?
I think they're going to take Trevor Lawrence.
That seems like a hot take there, Evan.
I don't know.
Sizzling hot.
I don't know, man. Mac Jones is the most pro-ready according to everybody.
All right, Mac Jones. Mac Jones with his dad bod already and stuff. Like, really?
I mean, hey, don't hate on the dad bod. I mean, the greatest quarterback of all time had a dad bod for basically his whole career.
I mean, Brady was never as flabby as Mac Jones.
Maybe not quite, but
I think people overstate Brady's current dad bod. He's not ripped up or anything like that, but he does not have a beer belly.
No, it is not like he used to have.
Yeah, like when he was his combine photo, which he tweeted about, oh, here we go again. Everybody's going to be sharing this photo around the internet today again. And then again next year, it's always going to be, hey, look at Tom Brady back in 2000 when he was this pudgy, dopey-looking dude with the gangly arms that couldn't run at all and just looked like a complete non-athlete out there. But the difference is Tom Brady became a pretty good athlete in certain ways. I mean, you look at him now versus what he looked in his first few years. He's definitely more fit. He definitely looks the part a lot more. Not that that always matters. Looking the part is overrated a lot of times, but I don't like the idea of a quarterback having a beer gut. I just don't, especially coming right out of school. I mean, shouldn't you be in the weight room with everybody else?
I mean, maybe he's in the dining hall with everybody else, though. Go to Alabama. I'm sure the food is good.
Oh yeah.
I think that's the issue. No doubt he's hitting the weight room, but is he hitting the dining hall too? I see ESPN has spared no expense on the cartoon graphics and stuff. Which broadcast are you guys watching?
I'm watching ESPN. I figure it's best for all of us to watch the same one.
Okay. So I thought we'd all be watching different ones.
No, so we can react.
I know you're.
We want to be able to react to the same things.
Okay. I know you're a big Rich Eisen guy.
Yeah, normally I would have watched the NFL Network one. That's what I had on initially, but then I realized that you were going to have on ESPN, and I asked Eric, and he was on ESPN, so I guess I'll be the one to switch.
Okay. Yeah, love ESPN. Mel Kiper Jr. is the man. I'm maybe a Mel Kiper Jr. apologist. He's certainly not perfect. But I can be the GOAT and the OG at the same time in your field. Like, he invented this profession of NFL draft analyst. Like, there's no such thing as this job before Mel Kiper Jr. And he's still the best one, in my opinion, anyway.
I mean, I don't really get caught up in who's better than who because who cares? I mean, nobody knows
a good point as well.
happened. That's like saying this guy's the best stockbroker. I'm like, okay, so he kind of knows what he's talking about, maybe sometimes, but generally not. I mean, but I do find Mel Kiper the most entertaining, and that's really, in my opinion, what it's all about. Because nobody's going to get it right.
It's a television show.
Yes, he's made for TV. He's got that ridiculous manner of speaking that's very funny and easy to impersonate for people who do that. It's just he's a lot of fun to watch on television, especially when he's arguing with Todd McShay, who's a little bit more of a stuffed suit type guy, where they kind of have a little bit of a culture clash when they go at it, which adds to the TV broadcast appeal as well. I enjoy watching Mel Kiper. I used to be, when I was in college, I used to hate on the guy all the time. So you look at all these picks he gets wrong, and I'm like, and I was like, yeah, everybody gets picks wrong. It's impossible to get
Have
this
you
right.
seen the Jets lately?
Yes. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of Matthew Berry, where he sort of invented a job too as being a fantasy football analyst, where it's like, dude, I don't really care about your takes because your takes are just as good or bad as most people's. Are you entertaining? And Matthew Berry generally is entertaining.
Yeah.
Love Matthew Berry. I do wish they had Mel and Todd together on the main set, though. Currently, Booger McFarland is talking about. I don't know. I don't have the sound on. But I do wish they had Mel and Todd together, because like every now and then they get kind of heated and go back and forth. There's a story back in the back on Sports Center. This happened at least 10 years ago now.
Great.
They have Mel and Todd.
Sorry, Evan.
Oh, okay. They have Mel and Todd on to talk about the draft coming up or something. And so the Sports Center anchor introduces them. And like, have y'all ever had one of those things where like you swallow wrong, you just have this coughing fit and you can't talk for like 5 minutes, and it's just just out of the blue and you're just sort of incapacitated? Well, that happened to this anchor on live TV. But Mel and Todd were arguing so intensely that the Sports Center anchor was able to leave the set completely, go get some water and clear his throat, and come back all by the time before anybody even noticed, because Mel and Todd were just yelling back and forth the whole time. It was great. So every now and then they get a little worked up. They're both really passionate about what they do, which we can all appreciate. And they seem to have really good banter about it as well. I think last year, if not 2 years ago, at the Combine, they made a bet about which quarterback would get drafted first between a couple of guys. I think it was like $5,000 to the V Foundation. So, that was really cool to see.
I was laughing a moment ago, Evan, because they were comparing the things that Trevor Lawrence does well, in particular in the read option, to things that Dwayne Haskins was doing well in college. So I'm not sure that really bodes well for Trevor Lawrence as a NFL quarterback.
I mean, was Dwayne Haskins' issue, was it all on-field performance-based, right? Like, Dwayne Haskins...
I mean, it was definitely a part of it. His on-field performance was definitely a part of the issue.
But, like, his knucklehead behavior off the field didn't help him at all.
Sure. Absolutely. But he still sucked on the field.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm confident that Trevor Lawrence can play.
I am too.
He did throw a couple interceptions against Georgia Tech a couple years ago, which is, that's bad. I think it was the 2019 season, that first game, and they're coming off the championship. I threw interceptions to Georgia Tech. That's a yikes. Sorry, that's a yikes.
Yeah, he kind of derailed his Heisman candidacy in that first game because he was slinging picks against Georgia Tech. I was like, uh-oh, that's not good. So I figured Tua's got the inside track. And then, of course, Joe Burrow decided to destroy the entire landscape of college football and had the greatest season ever. And the rest is history. He was tremendous.
Oh, yeah. Sam Martin brings up a good point. The comparison was, talking about Urban Meyer's system, the fact that Dwayne Haskins ran that with Urban Meyer, and now Lawrence is going to Jacksonville, where Urban Meyer is now the coach. So it's a good point, Sam. It's fair. I didn't have the audio on, so I didn't hear that aspect of it. But yeah. And then Evan, your sister asks, why does it take teams so long to pick someone like they haven't thought about it before today, especially the first team to draft someone? And I think I think they've already picked them, but they want the show to go as long as it can. They got to get they got to put the ads in and get that ad revenue. They they want to let their people talk, and so even though the league itself could be a little bit more efficient with the draft process, everything is, you have to marry that with the broadcast, which brings in the revenue, which drives up interest, and so you need to give guys like Mel Kiper and Todd McShay and Rich Eisen and all of them on NFL Network time to talk about these picks and build up the suspense. Because your sister's right. The first 2 or 3 picks, at least, could definitely be much quicker. The first few teams should have a list of, okay, if they take this player, then we're going to take this guy. And if the second team picks them, then we're going to take this guy. They could absolutely do that. But here we go. First pick is in.
I see the Jets are on the clock. Yeah. Is he picking from the chair? Oh no.
Whoa! They took Trevor Lawrence. Holy cow!
Can't believe it.
I mean, this has been foretold since Trevor Lawrence first showed up at Clemson 3 years ago. So there's no surprise here. Oh, and we have fans cheering, yay! Like we know. This is Dr. We Notice all over again. Yeah. I think now is where it gets interesting because the Jets are, the dog is confused. Like, what is going on with these people? I'm leaving. The Jets are such a wild card to me. I think Justin Fields is the second best quarterback in this draft. That's not a knock in the least bit to Zach Wilson. I just feel like Justin Fields is a better player than him. Because Justin Fields is amazing. But, like, I don't know why all the hate. Well, I think I kind of have an idea why. Justin Fields suddenly, is dropping down boards. That doesn't make any sense to me. I think the Jets should pick Justin Fields, but if they pick Zach Wilson, it's not like I don't think he's going to be a bum. But I didn't think Sam Darnold would be a bum either. I didn't think Mark Sanchez would be a bum, to be honest. But the Jets are such a mess. So, wishing all the best to whoever they pick here because the Jets might ruin his career.
Sam Martin says Sunshine finally graduated from T.C. Williams.
I don't know how to feel about Zach Wilson because I just feel like people haven't talked about him that much. He was sort of sworn in as the number 2 pick pretty much, 2 months ago. So naturally, people weren't inclined to discuss his merits because, done deal. He's going number 2. And you could certainly break down flaws in his game just like they did with Justin Fields, just like we have done and other people have done with Mac Jones. But there's not an inclination to do so because there's not really a whole lot of intrigue. He's going to the Jets. That seems like the direction it's been going for a long time. So there's not really a whole lot of discussion. Frankly, a lot of people haven't seen a lot of Zach Wilson because he played at BYU. While they were a good program, they weren't Alabama. They weren't Clemson. They're not on national TV every single week. So there are elements to his game that are a little bit unknown. He's obviously got a terrific arm. He's got a little bit of wiggle, too, which is becoming more and more crucial for NFL quarterbacks. But there are flaws in his game with regards to some of the reads he makes, some of the decisions he makes, that kind of got covered up because BYU has a great offense, and they're a surprisingly talented team. So I'm hoping that the Jets' new coaching staff can sort of steer him in the right direction because this is where things go awry with the Jets, is because you've got a raw, talented guy that needs to learn how to play the position at the NFL level, and they've never had the coaches to provide that kid that guidance.
So watching his tape, I don't know. His arm talent, I think, is good. His deep throws look so effortless to me. His decision-making and accuracy were really good. Only 1% of his passes this year were turnover-worthy, which was like 2%, or at least 2% lower than the national average of like 3-point-something%. And granted, he didn't face a lot of top-tier competition, but when you're as accurate as he is, I don't know that tougher competition is necessarily going to make that big of a difference. There'd be tighter windows, but I don't think that he needed, loose windows to make the throws that he was making. The only thing that I saw that concerned me at all was that from time to time he was a little bit late making his throws. And if he's late on them in the NFL, then yes, that's going to be a big issue. And yes, that could have been a big issue if he had been facing better competition. But based on the decision-making that he showed against the competition he did get to face, if those windows were that much tighter, I don't think that he would have forced it. And maybe he would have. Obviously, that's conjecture. I can't say definitively because we didn't see it. We didn't get to see him play against tougher competition. But I liked his tape a lot. I think that if there is a quarterback in this draft who has, a moderate to good chance of ending up being better than Trevor Lawrence, it is Zach Wilson more so than anybody else.
Yeah, maybe. The issue with the competition at BYU is in 2020, their whole schedule was basically wiped out with coronavirus. So, like, a lot of the schools they were supposed to play just didn't play, at least to start the season. So they kind of had to sort of piece together their schedule, whoever was playing, because their BYU's not in a conference. So I think their biggest game was against Coastal Carolina or somebody. It was like the Pac-12. They didn't start till really late in the football season, that type of thing. So my notes on Zach Wilson, all I wrote down was that he's a no, yes guy. Like he makes plays that are just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, that's amazing. Right? Like he's just that type of player. I said great arm strength and accuracy, and then I hope the Jets don't ruin him.
Those no, yes type of guys in college scare the hell out of me in the NFL because if they're making plays like that in college against non-professional players, it's going to be that much tougher to do it at the pro level on Sundays. But again, the arm talent is absolutely there, and it comes down to coaching. I mean, that's really what it's all about is he going to be coached well? And with Robert Saleh taking over, he's got a great track record, at least on the defensive side of the ball.
And they brought in Matt LaFleur's younger brother to be the offensive coordinator.
I mean, I don't care.
Maybe he stood next to Sean McVay as well. Right?
Matt LaFleur has, turned out to be a pretty solid coach, in my opinion, so far.
Yeah, I know he has. His brother is a nobody.
Well, yes, I agree. But, you hope that he's picked up some things from him and at least won't ruin whichever quarterback they end up taking.
Well, I'd say Rex Ryan was a much better defensive coordinator than Rob Ryan was. So there's that.
Sure. Rex Ryan. And John Gruden was a better coach than Jay Gruden. Is a better coach than Jay Gruden.
Banana.
Good boy.
So let's see. The pick is in.
It's going to be Zach Wilson.
I'm sure it will be.
Yeah,
is he going to kick a fan out of the chair every time?
Are they wiping it down between each person?
They need to keep the chair from here on out. Apparently, it's Zach Wilson. All of my devices buzzed.
Yep, it is Zach Wilson.
Okay. All right. So now I thought the Jets were a bit of a wild card, but
you did?
Yeah. The Jets do crazy stuff all the time. This is why they don't win. Right? They could have picked some guy who sells hot dogs instead. What have you seen that makes you think you can trust the Jets' decision making? Like ever?
Well, generally nothing. But when they say they're going to take a quarterback, they usually do take that quarterback. That's the one thing you can count on them to do. Like they said they were going to take Sam Darnold, and they did.
Zach Wilson, he's big.
He's like 6'2".
Yeah, Roger Goodell's not a little man.
It would be hard to be a little man as the commissioner of the NFL. You got to have some stature.
Yeah, no. Zach Wilson's got, he's not super tall as far as quarterbacks go, but he's 6'3".
Okay.
Tall enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I certainly wish him the best. I do wish the season started sooner. Right? Like, you get all excited about these guys, and you look at their college film and all this kind of stuff, and then they go away for 5 months again.
Sam Martin says, no, yes, guys, work in the NBA, like Steph and Dame, but the NFL does not tend to reward those types of players.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I think that's a pretty good assessment.
Well, Steph and Dame have built such a legacy that you no longer say no, when they crank up 35-foot step backs. It's just like, okay, yeah, that's going in.
That's fair, but at one point they absolutely were no, oh yes kind of guys, and you're more likely to end up having a good career and becoming the guy that nobody second guesses your decision making in the NBA than you are with that kind of a track record in the NFL, especially at quarterback.
Well, I'll never forget the play that Steph made against the Clippers, where he was dribbling in and out of traffic. And then he dribbles out with his back to the basket at the top of the key and just turns around and fires a three-point shot, and it goes in. And they showed Steve Kerr on the bench just with his hands in the air like, what are you doing? He watches it. He goes in. He just puts his hands on his head. He just started laughing. He's just like, that's hilarious that play just happened. I'm like, yeah, that's your franchise player. Appreciate it. He's good.
He is good. He is good. So who
Ed Reed
do
would
the
do that
49ers
to,
take here? Who do we think they take?
I think they should take Justin Fields. That's what I think they should take. But I have 49ers draft Mac Jones on our bingo card that nobody can really see.
It's on our Twitter. If you go to our Twitter
Okay.
at sportsballers18, you'll see our bingo card a few posts down.
Okay. Yeah.
Evan posted that last night.
Yes. I saw you posted on our Facebook how I put together this amazing bingo card. I'm like, amazing.
That's fun.
Just kind of
It's cool
threw
to
this
have.
together at the last minute. Yeah. We'll be here a while. So
I think that you made some last year's. I think was a little bit better in terms of it was a little more creative last year. I think that this year there are a lot of ones on there that are pretty likely to happen, and I know that
I want to get the bingo.
we want to have a bingo. Did we not get a bingo last year?
No.
Oh,
No,
didn't.
we did not.
I thought we did like after the fact.
No.
No.
Okay. I thought that we
Yeah,
forced some things. I thought that we said a couple things that were supposed to be said on it, but maybe we still didn't get there.
Right.
So-
Yeah.
So ESPN popped the graphic up there with the Jets' first-round pick history, and after Joe Namath in 1965, it doesn't exactly inspire confidence. The only one that was any good on there was probably Chad Pennington, and unfortunately, he couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah. Chad Pennington was a really good quarterback.
I agree.
Just like you said, couldn't stay healthy. I always really respected him as a player. I was really disappointed for him that he couldn't avoid injuries.
Chad Pennington was the last quarterback to win the AFC East for the Jets and for the Dolphins.
Oh yeah, that is true. Because in 2008, when Brady was hurt,
that is a true stat.
the Dolphins won.
Yeah,
They
and in
played the Ravens in
2002,
playoffs.
and in 2002, when the Jets went 9-7 and beat the Patriots out, who also went 9-7, before they became like the dynastic Patriots, it was Chad Pennington was the quarterback, and I think he led the league in DVOA that year too.
Weren't the Patriots
Justin
defending
Fields
champs? What happened?
Isn't attending the draft in person.
No, he's not.
Interesting.
Well, the Patriots kind of went on a miracle run in 2001. They weren't really that good. They got hot. Tom Brady came in after Drew Bledsoe got his spleen crushed or whatever by Mo Lewis on that hit. And then it was just kind of like, okay, well, they're going to win the Super Bowl now. And then the next year they kind of regressed before regrouping and getting back to being great.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, it was like the defending champions, and they didn't even. They went 9-7. Well, the Ravens went 8-8 after winning the Super Bowl, but like
Yeah, the
half
Patriots
the
missed
team was gone.
Yeah, the Patriots missed the playoffs the year after they won the Super Bowl the first time. So people kind of forgot about it. And then they came back the next year and went 14-2.
No, okay. Yeah, now they're showing a clip of Mac Jones not being able to move around. He did some sort of belly flop just now.
Somebody was comparing him to Tony Romo. I'm like, did you ever watch Tony Romo play? Because that's not a thing. Tony Romo was
that's not
elusive as hell. He was
Tony
a pain
Romo's
in the ass.
last play in the NFL was he was running and got hit.
Yeah.
So, he could move, or he could move.
He spun out of a sack from prime J.J. Watt, who had a clean shot at him. That was one of the most insane plays I'd ever seen in my life. I was like, no way did that just happen. But Romo had some skills, man. He was like, people sleep on how good Tony was. He was not just a pretty good quarterback. If he hadn't gotten hurt as often as he did, he would have been a Hall of Fame quarterback. He was that good.
I mean, now he's just got to be a Hall of Fame level analyst. That seems like.
It looks like he's that because he's great.
I didn't think he was going to be very good when he started. Like, you just sign this guy fresh out of playing, and you're just going to put him on the A crew just right away? Like, what?
Yeah, it's not like he was Peyton Manning where he had like just a ton of branding and was known as this football genius. But they put him on the A crew, and I was like, most announcers usually take time to figure out how to do it.
Like years.
Like, Troy Aikman took a while to learn how to become Troy Aikman in the booth. It was not like, oh, hey, I'm overnight, here I am, I'm on Fox, and I'm great. He was calling NFL Europe games and stuff like that, as like to practice.
So here we go. I'm predicting Justin Fields. You guys have Mac Jones.
Yeah, I got Mac Jones.
Yeah. Although I'm still convinced it was a smoke screen, this Mac Jones business. Because I'm just...
Trey Lance!
Whoa!
Trey Lance!
Okay.
I told y'all he became the betting favorite today.
What? Are you serious?
I'm serious. He was the betting
delay.
favorite. He was the betting favorite to be picked by the 49ers at 5 o'clock this afternoon.
All right. So in that case, let's talk Trey Lance.
Yeah. So, we were bashing Mac Jones for being unathletic and slow and fat. Trey Lance. I have the most notes on Trey Lance.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. Let's see. He's not helped at all by Carson Wentz being from North Dakota State and being terrible. That doesn't have really anything to do with him. He only played one game, Trey Lance did, in 2020. North Dakota State, I don't know if opted out of their season's the right word, but like they weren't going to play, but they had this, this NFL prospect quarterback in Trey Lance who, they put together a showcase game for him, basically. They play Central Arkansas. Yeah, Central Arkansas, and he didn't look all that good against Central Arkansas. I think he was 15 out of 30. He threw an interception, a couple of touchdowns in that game. Let's see, what else did I say? He can run. He's a good runner. He can throw deep and with touch. I question the level of competition at North Dakota State. North Dakota State, the last 5 years or so, has been on an absolute tear, just annihilating everybody. They win I think they're FCS,
yep,
or Division II.
Yeah, FCS, yep.
FCS. They keep winning the FCS championship like every single year. I know when Wentz was there, they always won. Now with Lance, they always win. Apparently, Trey Lance backed up Easton Stick for a while at North Dakota State. It was just one of my favorite names ever. Let's see, what did I say? What else did I say? He needs to do a better job of avoiding contact at the NFL level. Like one of the things I saw when he was running was like he would just try to bulldoze right over people, and you can't do that at quarterback in the NFL. You will not last very long. They just played a clip of him just there taking on a defensive back. Like, please don't do that in the pros. Just go down. Take your little yards and go down. Let's see. He lacked pocket presence in that Central Arkansas game. He hangs in under pressure. Like, remember Blaine Gabbert? When Blaine Gabbert was under pressure, he would sort of duck and shy away from it. Trey Lance didn't do that, so that was good to see. I saw that he was a very raw talent, but I think he's going to be good with San Francisco because San Francisco has competent coaches.
My concern with Trey Lance is that he's maybe the most inaccurate quarterback who's ever been projected as a first-round pick.
The most inaccurate.
He has some really horrible accuracy issues from what I've seen on film. Now he's been described as a film junkie, which I think I can see on the field. His decision making seems fine. He definitely seems to know how to read a defense, but he is incredibly inaccurate with the ball. Just doesn't put it where he's trying to put it half the time, and that concerns me a lot.
Well, if you want to see inaccurate at the college level, I suggest you grind tape on Josh Allen, and you will see he's far more inaccurate than Trey Lance was. But everything that I've heard from teams, how they feel about Trey Lance, is that he went into interviews and absolutely knocked it out of the park. Like he made them a believer based off of where his mind is, which frankly is probably the most important thing for a quarterback is, do you have the head for it? And we know he's got the physical talent as well. He's got a good arm. He's a good athlete, but he is a raw player. This this kind of leaves a little bit of an open opportunity for Jimmy Garoppolo to stick around for a little while, because I don't think Trey Lance is ready to play day one.
No. He's too much of a boom or bust guy to me.
Yeah, I agree with that. He does have potential. He's got a lot of potential, but like, if you take that potential
but he has a lot of potential to
it.
go either way. He has a lot of potential to be a really solid starting quarterback, and he also has just as much potential to be a terrible quarterback who, loses his first 5 starts and never gets to start again.
I mean, he could be Nate Peterman, right? Like, we could be looking back when we're doing the 5th annual draft live show, and like, who in the world was Trey Lance? Remember him? He had a cup of coffee in the NFL and then vanished.
So congrats to James Daly, who called this pick. He did have Trey Lance going number 3 to San Francisco. So good for him. Evan, your dad asks who we like from picks 3 to 10. Obviously, we now know who pick number 3 is. But let's start with the Falcons. Their pick is in. We're just waiting for them to announce it. Who do we think they take? Do we think they go with Kyle Pitts?
Yeah, some people at work were asking me. I think it's Kyle Pitts. I feel like what might be best for the Falcons is that they trade back, but they don't really there isn't really a logical trade partner for them to trade back with. Like it doesn't really make sense for another team to jump up to 4 unless they want Kyle Pitts really bad. But like if the pick is Kyle Pitts at 4 and you're the Falcons, just take him. He's a unicorn. I almost put that on the bingo card. Somebody describes Kyle Pitts as a unicorn.
I don't have the audio on most of this time, so I won't know if they call him. Hopefully you're listening.
I'm not listening either. I've got the captions on.
I should do that. That's a good point. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I turned on but I can't read the captions and look at you guys at the same time.
You don't need to look at us. We're just here for our fans. Well, here comes Goodell.
Okay.
Anthony Battle's watching. He says he thinks it's going to be Kyle Pitts, even though I know he wants his Cowboys to get him somehow. He would love for Pitts to fall to the Cowboys.
Does he watch the Cowboys? The offense isn't the Cowboys' problem.
I agree. Okay. I don't think they really need a tight end. They've got a couple decent tight ends on their roster as long as they can stay healthy.
What do you have to do? How much money do you have to donate in order to be the person who sits in the chair? I would love to sit in this chair.
Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts. All right. Yeah, he's an incredible athlete. It's just unreal. Defensive backs aren't going to be able to cover him. Linebackers can't cover him. So just think of the absolute freaks of nature that are going to be on the Falcons offense at the same time. Kyle Pitts and Julio Jones, who, Julio Jones who's superhuman or something. Like what? I mean, he can't possibly be a person and me be a person too. Like Julio Jones has to be another species or something. He's like the catch he made right before the Falcons blew the Super Bowl with a toe tap on the sideline was just incredible. Kyle Pitts, he's a good pick. Don't expect him to make an impact right away. Put this on Old Takes Exposed. It's just hard for tight ends to break into the league and have to be great.
It can be, but
in the rookie year.
The thing about Kyle Pitts is that he's a really good route runner, especially for he's a good route runner for a receiver. Like his route running to me is elite for a tight end. He's got excellent hands. He can make the contested catch. And he's a decent blocker. Doesn't wow me, but he can get it done in the trenches. And when you've got players around him, and Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, they've got a couple of other receivers who don't have those names for good reason, but are adequate quality players as 3 and 4 guys. I think Kyle Pitts can absolutely step into there and have an impact day one if that's what they want from him. I mean, certainly they've got who did they bring in last year? I forget, because Austin Hooper left and they brought in
Hayden
Hayden Hurst. And Hayden Hurst was okay for them. But I would imagine that Kyle Pitts is probably going to usurp him on the depth chart by the time we get to week 1, especially considering these teams are going to be able to have, off-season workouts in a way that they couldn't last summer. If this was last year, I would have said, yeah, it makes sense. He's probably not going to be able to, he's not really going to have time to learn the scheme that well. He's going to have time this offseason, and he's got the talent to be the man at tight end for them day one.
Also, if he does have trouble learning the scheme or whatever, if the Falcons have coaches who are any good, you want to put him in a situation that he does know and can be successful. For example, if it's a goal line fade type situation, you're going to want to throw the ball to that guy. If he's just bigger than the opponent, it doesn't matter if he knows the scheme or not. He's going to be, just going to out physical the 5'10" defensive back. There's nothing he can do about it.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how they do, how their offense looks this year, because they brought in Arthur Smith as their head coach. He was the offensive coordinator with Tennessee this past year, and Tennessee's offense I think kind of stalled out a little bit toward the end of the year at times, but they had a pretty good season. He was able to use Ryan Tannehill in a pretty effective way, with certainly Derrick Henry, but as far as receivers, fewer receiving options. They have A.J. Brown, of course, but none of the other receiving options stand up to what the Falcons now have with Julio, Calvin, and Kyle Pitts, not to mention Hayden Hurst, Russell Gage, and those guys. So I get the concerns about Matt Ryan. Those concerns are more than warranted because Matt Ryan's getting older and he does not have the talent. Sam brought up the point of what Matt Ryan did with Tony Gonzalez. I think that it's hard to say that we can really compare that because this is not the same Matt Ryan that played with Tony Gonzalez. He's not as good now. But
we don't know Kyle Pitts is going to be a Hall of Famer.
Well, no,
Tony Gonzalez.
Absolutely not. But the point there is you have a quarterback who is used to working with a tight end and knows how to use a tight end, albeit a Hall of Fame tight end. But I think that they've got a coach who can manage Matt Ryan in a similar way to how they managed Ryan Tannehill.
I mean, it was pretty clear that Kyle Pitts was the best player left available that wasn't a quarterback. So I didn't think that the Falcons were desperate to draft a quarterback. Matt Ryan can still play a little bit. It's not like he's completely done. And this will give him an opportunity to sort of kickstart this offense again and get them back to being very dangerous on that side of the ball. I still think that they should have traded the pick, though. They need help on the defensive end. They could have gotten multiple selections to build out their defensive depth. They didn't need another tight end. Like you said, Evan, they've got Julio Jones, and Calvin Ridley's a really good player, too. Adding more offense to a team that struggles on the defensive side of the ball isn't going to make them compete with the Bucs.
This is the same criticism I had about the Cowboys a few minutes ago.
Yeah, last year when we mocked them, or I mocked them, for picking C.D. Lamb, and I predicted that they were going to just because it's something that Jerry would do.
It's something Jerry did from his yacht.
Yes, it was an excessive move made from an excessive boat, and it was just a ridiculous scenario, but that's how it ended up, and C.D. Lamb's going to be a good player too, but the Cowboys are now wanting defense, so I think the Falcons are going to be in the same boat soon enough.
Yeah. To further answer my dad's question about hearing picks 3 to 10, the guy I was watching yesterday, who was amazing, was Patrick Surtain II out of Alabama. I do love defensive back play, and he was lighting people up, shutting down opposing wide receivers in the SEC. I really wish. Well, the Ravens don't really need Patrick Surtain, but to have a Patrick Surtain II,
he's not lasting to the Ravens. He's way.
He's not going to make it to 27.
He's not going to make it to 12.
Yeah, no. And especially as bad as the Cowboys defense is, they would be foolish not to pick him.
So before we get too far
James
ahead,
has him mocked there.
Before we get too far ahead and start talking about the Cowboys and defensive backs, because we know a defensive back is not going here, because if one does, that's really foolish on the Bengals' part. Sam, I think, is on the right track. It's probably going to be either Sewell from Oregon or Slater from Northwestern, the offensive lineman. I like Slater better of the two. And albeit part of that is because one of the videos I watched, and both of these guys opted out in 2020. One of the games that I watched quite a bit of footage from was the 2019 matchup with Ohio State, and he absolutely handled Chase Young. He only got beat really on one play, and that play, Chase Young still didn't disrupt the pass. He just kind of bull rushed him a little bit, and the quarterback still got the throw off. He completely neutralized Chase Young in that game, and that is no small task. He's got great footwork, shows great patience and anticipation of pretty much any pass rush move that a defender can throw their way. And one of the things I really liked going back to the game against Chase Young, he got Chase Young off balance pretty frequently, and a few times did a really good job of getting Chase Young to the ground legally and then just kind of laying on him, which is, exactly what you want, especially when you have a player like Chase Young who has such a high motor. He's going to get up and chase down somebody, right? This is not a guy that you get him to the ground and then you look for where else you can help your quarterback. You neutralize that threat because he is the biggest threat on the field.
There's this rather large Bengals fan dancing right now.
I'm curious. There's possibility they might take a receiver here. I don't think they should, but they might.
I think they y'all saw the pic of the picture.
Whoa! They took it.
I
there
told
you go, Eric.
I told
wow.
They picked a receiver.
Yes.
They picked Jamar Chase. Yep.
Oh my
What?
goodness.
Yep.
But
I told you.
Joe Burrow had his knee shattered. You obviously have to protect him. What, Bengals? What are you doing? Not that Jamar Chase is a bad player, but your
He's a really
line
good player.
needs so much help.
I told you. I was waiting because Corey was, and I appreciate Corey giving us why Rashawn Slater is a better, more refined pick than Penei Sewell. But I was like, you guys are not counting. You're not counting on them picking on an offensive line, are you? Because they might take a receiver. I was like,
They should have picked. But their offensive line it's so clear. It's literally sewn into your quarterback's leg.
Yes, but
that you need offensive line.
The only defense for this pick, and I see, just as I was about to say it, Anthony kind of beat me to it on the chat on our video. This is a guy that Joe Burrow has played with, so they have chemistry.
Andrew Luck played with Kobe Fleener. It doesn't matter if they played together before.
I think it does. Kobe Fleener was okay for a little while with Andrew Luck briefly, and and you also have the example of Goff and Kupp. They played together in college, and they had a good connection.
They did?
Didn't they?
When did they play together in college? Kupp went to Eastern Washington.
He did? I could have sworn they played together in college. That was the whole thing when Kupp was drafted. I thought that it was they had played together.
I mean, maybe one of them transferred or something, but I know Goff was a Cal guy, and Kupp was at Eastern Washington.
I thought that Kupp was at Cal with him, but I could be wrong. I just that stood out in my memory that they had played together. And that was a part of why they drafted Kupp, because Kupp didn't really look like that special of a prospect coming out of college. He's done a whole lot better than anybody would have expected to coming out of school.
So the Dolphins now, I think this is where they got a little bit too cute by half. They desperately needed a playmaker. They had the third pick. They traded back to 6. And now the two best wide receiver / tight end options are gone. And I thought this could happen to them. Now they're going to have to settle for probably the second best receiver in this draft when they had every opportunity to get the very best one for sure at number 3.
Yeah. I mean, settle for the Heisman Trophy winners. Not too bad to settle, but I agree with you, Eric. I think Jamar Chase is better than Devontae Smith.
I don't think that it's that big of a gap, though. The biggest knock to me on Devontae Smith is that he's such a small receiver that he, you could figure that the injury risk is going to be higher. but he is faster than Jamar Chase on film. I don't know what their 40 times were. I can't speak to that because we didn't have a combine, and I don't trust the pro day metrics, so I didn't even look at them. But if Jamar Chase has elite speed, he's done a damn good job of hiding it on film because it doesn't show up there. Devontae Smith, I think, is every bit as good of a route runner. He does a better job of cutting with variable sharpness than Jamar Chase does.
Cutting with variable sharpness.
And his catch radius is insane. Like I don't think that there's enough there to say that Devontae Smith is so much worse than Jamar Chase that the Bengals or that the Dolphins are losing out big time by not getting him.
The Dolphins aren't going to draft Devontae Smith. They're going to draft Jalen Waddle. So, nobody sees Devontae Smith as a top 10 pick because the injury risk is real for a guy who's 166
compared
pounds.
to Jalen Waddle, who only played 6 games because he had an ankle injury. Like, this is a guy who actually got injured.
Yeah, what's your point?
To pick Jalen Waddle over Devontae Smith because of injury concerns, that doesn't make sense. At that point, you may as well go down to like Rashad Bateman or Elijah Moore.
No, though, because, yes, injuries happen in football. There's still a greater future injury risk for somebody who's 165 pounds playing professional football. Jalen Waddle is a bigger body. He's 185 pounds. He's 20 pounds heavier than Devontae Smith.
He's 7 pounds heavier. Devontae Smith is 175.
He weighed in at 166 pounds at his pro day.
He was 175 playing weight.
What's going on with the dining hall down at Alabama?
You watch. They're going to pick Jalen Waddle. They're not going to pick Devontae Smith.
All right, we'll see. We will see.
I think they should pick. But they should pick one of these linemen, right? Like, their quarterback also has some injury history that we talked about at length a year ago. I like Jamar Chase because that LSU offense in 2019 was record-setting, and the best receiver on that team was Jamar Chase. He stood out even over Justin Jefferson, even over Thaddeus Moss, over Terrace Marshall Jr.,
and even over Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the backfield.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sometimes the guy who's the best guy sort of announces himself in ways other than words. It seemed clear to me a year ago, and then people kind of forgot about him because he opted out.
Well, either way, no matter who gets picked here, the glorious picking the guy that played with the quarterback in college will be in play if it's Jalen Waddle or Devontae Smith.
That is true.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is true. Jalen Waddle was freakishly fast.
Damn, Eric is on a tear.
Oh, we got that one too?
Yes, he did.
Man.
Well, Jalen Waddle's good too. So
I mean, yeah.
I guess we should talk about him. Yeah.
Yeah. Freakishly fast. He was returning a punt. I want to say against Arkansas or somebody. And he was beaten by the punt coverage team. They had the angle on him, and the acceleration was something I just never even seen before. How was anybody that fast and that much faster than the competition? He just ran right by everybody like they were standing still.
The Tyreek Hill comps were out and about. And, of course, whenever you see somebody being compared to Tyreek Hill's speed, I always am inclined to roll my eyes at first because I'm like, Tyreek Hill's the fastest football player in terms of acceleration on the spot that I've ever seen. But he looks similar to him. Obviously, I think Tyreek Hill is faster and obviously a more refined receiver at this point in their lives, but he's got a lot of potential to be that type of playmaker.
I agree. I mean, he's a stretch the field guy. That's really what his specialty, I think, is going to be. His route running.
Running by everybody.
I mean, yes, it's what they're showing right now for a reason, because his route running is average to me. It's not terrible, but it's not really worth writing home about. That's not why you're drafting this guy. You're drafting him because he has elite speed, and he can stretch the field similar to a Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I'm not drafting people in the first round based off of how well they run routes. I mean, you can teach that. That's a teachable skill. You got to have the physical traits to be able to be that elite playmaker.
Yeah, that's true. I have no issue with this pick. I haven't had issue with any of the picks, really.
So where do the Lions go? Do we see our first defensive player here?
They might trade the pick, but I don't really know because they got so many needs. But they also, when teams have a lot of needs, they feel inclined to get more picks. So I don't know. This is a mystery pick.
Yeah, the Lions. I don't know about the Lions and their coach with the biting kneecaps off thing. He was trying the point he was trying to make was he wanted to set a tone of physicality.
He didn't have to be so weird about it.
He really didn't, but
yeah, but the point he was trying to make was a good point. He just made his point very poorly.
Like Nick Sirianni trying to convince us how competitive he is because he's playing rock, paper, scissors and talking trash with the players. Give me a break.
Yeah, that's
give me a break.
As well.
Well, the pick is in,
yeah.
and
so they're not trading it.
I would think it would be somebody in the trenches, maybe a defensive lineman or one of the two offensive linemen.
Yeah, with the fact that Rashawn Slater and Penei Sewell are still both on the board, an offensive line pick would be enticing here. But we'll see if they go in that direction. This is honestly one I don't know what they're going to do.
Well, our friend James put a mock draft for us. He posted this in our fantasy league chat. And I responded like, I'm going to count this as mailbag content. So I think it's good. Let's see.
Even though he did not follow the proper channels. If you want to send us mailbag, you can use that email address you see on your screens there, thesportsballers@gmail.com. That is how you can get mailbag items to us.
Yes, somebody send us something, please. Goodness gracious. Like, all three of us have the email, and we rarely ever get it. We get a lot of spam. There's spam. But yeah, send us some good stuff. So, yeah, James has Penei Sewell here, going to Detroit.
Penei Sewell is a freak athlete playing offensive line. I think he needs to work on his technique a little bit, but man, I've never seen somebody with that type of size and speed at that position just being able to do what he does. If he can learn to hone that and play at the professional level in a way that, suits an offense, he's going to be a gem.
Are the Lions assistant coaches considered competent? Wherever those people are?
I don't really know.
Are they Rob Ryans?
I do know that Dan Campbell did hire a pretty good staff. I'll give him credit for that.
That's what I've heard, but I don't really know a whole lot about them myself, so I can't really comment.
And of course, Man Campbell has to run the show too. Like, if the assistants are good, but Dan Campbell's lunatic, it's not going to work.
Yes.
Like, it's. I don't care how
Dan
good
Campbell right
are.
there, front and center.
Yep. Again, if he wasn't so weird, he'd be so impressive because he's a mountain of a man. Dude is huge.
I mean, there's been other big coaches in the NFL. Who else is? Vrabel's gigantic too, isn't he?
Yeah. But Dan Campbell looks like he's, should be in like a cover of like Beachbody magazine or something like that. That dude definitely works out for the ladies more so than just I used to play linebacker in the NFL like Mike Vrabel did.
What about Sean McDermott, who's...
Oh, he's jacked too, yeah. He's more of a low-key Flanders-style jacked, though. He doesn't quite flex like Dan Campbell, where it's his whole personality that he's this big, buff dude.
Okay. Well, I mean, I feel like Sean McDermott's on the sideline, like, just sort of in a permanent flexed position, I guess. Like, how are you not... Are you so tense all the time?
All right,
is my question.
What do you got here?
I don't know. I'm behind you guys. There's a Lions fan with a car engine on his head.
Penei
Penei
Sewell.
My goodness. James crushing it once again. Got that one. James has, with the 8th pick, J.C. Horn to Carolina.
I do think that Carolina will take a defensive player.
Another one? Didn't they take all defensive players last year?
Yeah, and their defense was still terrible. So what's that tell you? I do think they need a corner. I don't know if they're going to take J.C. Horn or if they're going to take Patrick Surtain. I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of cornerback talent here, though. So
yeah, it also wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. It wouldn't surprise me if they picked a quarterback, just because their new owner, David Tepper, he spent all this money to buy this NFL franchise. He realizes that having a star quarterback adds value to your franchise by so much. Like with the Chiefs having Patrick Mahomes and they gave him $500 million, like that's a spoonful out of the ocean compared to how much more money the Chiefs are worth and how much more recognizable the Kansas City Chiefs brand is now that they have Patrick Mahomes. So Tepper wants a star quarterback. He wants a new stadium. They're building that brand new practice facility in South Carolina. I get the sense that he might step in and want to make a splash.
I mean, it's just tough to rationalize that, though, given the fact they already gave up a second-round pick to get Sam Darnold, who's supposed to be. I mean, I understand they didn't give up a ton for him, and that this was really just we're kicking the tires on him to see if he can actually play. But to go draft a quarterback in the top 10 the same year, it seems kind of redundant. It feels like they would give Sam a shot, and then they would come back next year looking for a quarterback if he stinks. But, I mean, I wouldn't shock me. And, frankly, I don't think Sam Darnold's very good, and I don't give him a whole lot of chance of being the savior there. So it might be worth their while to take a shot and grab Justin Fields and see if they can make him work, especially because I think Justin Fields will work pretty well with the offensive weapons they have. But it just seems curious to do so after they went out of their way to get rid of Teddy Bridgewater and get Sam Darnold.
They gave up Teddy Bridgewater for like a pack of hot dogs or something. Like they just gave him away. Wasn't it like a 6th rounder or something? 5th rounder?
It didn't even make headlines when they traded him. It was just like, oh yeah, Teddy Bridgewater plays for the Broncos now.
So while we wait to find out who the Panthers are going to take, I mentioned earlier, I think that Rashawn Slater is the better offensive line prospect of the two, but I do have some notes on Penei Sewell out of Oregon, who was just drafted by the Lions. And like I said, he, like Slater, opted out in 2020. He's got good footwork, good patience to read outside rushers. He has relatively short arms compared to a lot of other offensive line prospects this year, but he still finds a way to get really good leverage. The one knock that I have on him, which is really what kind of put him below Slater for me, is that he has a tendency to get off balance on power run blocks. He just leans too much into them, and a hesitation move by a defensive rusher can kind of throw him off balance and get him to the ground.
Using his own momentum against him, then. That's wow. Okay, that's a big knock.
Yeah, that's part of the technique that I kind of talked about a few minutes ago, where getting stuff like that cleaned up is important, because it doesn't matter how fast or strong you are if you don't know how to use your body to gain leverage instead of letting it being used against you because you get knocked off balance. It's very important in any sport to be able to balance yourself. And so if you're getting yourself in a position where you're getting out ahead of yourself, you're never going to be as successful as you could be.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're as big as these guys are and you can't even balance, I mean, you're just going to topple over. Right? Like, what? You're just this guy who's laying face down on the grass.
It's so bizarre watching this broadcast and seeing all the football commercials that I haven't seen in almost 3 months just popping back up on TV. Like I've got Patrick Mahomes playing cornhole with Jake from State Farm, and he's flipping the bean bags into the hole without even looking. I'm like, oh yeah, I saw that commercial back in the fall. Interesting.
Oh yeah. I don't know.
So,
a lot of stuff has happened.
The Panthers pick is in, and if they do take a DB, I think I kind of underestimated how much time I was gonna want to put into watching some of the film, and so I initially was gonna watch the film of everybody who CBS had projected as a top 2 round pick. I wound up having to change that a little bit. And the DBs were the last group that I got to, so I only got a chance to watch film of J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain. Is it Surtain or Certain?
Surtain.
And I like both prospects. I'm not sure which one I like better. Surtain has a tendency to... Both of them have a tendency to be pretty handsy, which I think was a knock for a lot of people on both of them, but that's kind of typical for most corners in the NFL, and I'll pause here because they're about to announce it.
Oh, okay. Well, I haven't seen that yet.
J.C. Horn.
J.C. Horn.
Ooh. We really should have James on the show.
Seems that way.
Yeah. This is going just like our NCAA tournament picks, right? Like, somebody just got all the picks right. Meanwhile, the people who have the podcast didn't pick anything right.
I've called a few of these.
Well, yeah. I mean, Eric has been calling them. I just didn't do any. I didn't end up doing a mock draft.
Yeah.
What's the whole point? That's the whole point of this. I'm not just going to grind tape and then not put them in an order.
Well,
no,
because to me, I got a little bit of a late start on it, and by the time I got through the tape, I did not have time to look at, every team is picking in the first round and think, okay, what specifically do they need? I mean, like I have a general idea, but I wasn't going to go in and try and pick, okay, which guy is going to go where, and it ends up being a lot like the NCAA tournament where you get one pick wrong in the first round. It snowballs.
Yeah. I was watching the tape. What I did see from J.C. Horn was he was a little grabby, and I was enjoying watching the Alabama-South Carolina game. I think it was from this past season. It might have been from 2 years ago. Where he was matched up one-on-one against Devontae Smith. And he held his own. He did get kind of caught up in the wash. They did Alabama ran a pick play. And, J.C. Horn, he's going to have to tighten up the handsiness. But other than that, he's going to be a good player. Now, if Carolina, they've spent all this draft capital on defensive players. Now it's got to work. Who's their defensive coordinator? I know they have Joe Brady coordinating the offense over there. But who's in charge of that defense?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look up on one of my phones here. Carolina Panthers defensive.
So Anthony Battle asks, if Denver doesn't take him here, do the Cowboys take Devontae Smith?
I know Jerry Jones wants to.
That is actually exactly how he worded it. He said, does Jerry go crazy and go after Smith if he's available?
The Panthers defensive coordinator is Phil Snow. I've never heard of Phil Snow before.
Oh. Mine is saying Eric Washington. But I don't know who that is either. So,
well, I'm on the Panthers website.
Yeah, okay.
And it says Phil Snow.
Yeah, Phil Snow. Didn't the 76ers used to have a guy named Eric Snow?
Yeah, he was their starting point guard. He played alongside Allen Iverson.
Okay. Yeah, I remember now. Oh, okay. Evan, tell the people you're handing it off to me, and then I'll be quiet for just a moment.
That was like an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, I read that to you. And
yeah, you did. Well, I'm just now seeing it.
Why read it now? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I'm just now seeing it. Let's see. What else do we have to talk about on here?
Just the next 24 picks.
Yeah, the next 24 picks. I did put together a rundown of topics because figured we'd be on for a few hours. There'd be kind of some dead periods.
We haven't really had a lot of dead periods because we've been talking about the players who are picked and talking about. I mean, we still got to figure out. Okay, who's Denver gonna take here?
I think they ought to take a quarterback. I think they ought to take Justin Fields.
They just traded for one. They've got Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater now, and they're going to draft a quarterback.
Who did they trade for?
Teddy Bridgewater. Who cares? Oh. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't think that's relevant.
I like Teddy Bridgewater. Don't hate.
I like Teddy just fine too, but clearly the NFL does not see him as a franchise quarterback at this point in his career. And the fact that they traded for him indicates that they've given up on Drew Lock just like I did during the season. So, they're clearly out on him. So why not take a quarterback?
I get the sense they're going to take a quarterback, and it's going to have to be Justin Fields at this point.
I don't see how they could take Mac Jones given where they are as a franchise.
Yeah.
It's just hard to see them taking Mac Jones, who's going to need everything to be perfect for it to work. I just don't see it.
And given their ex-GM who both promoted himself and fired himself. They've been searching at the quarterback position.
Mac Jones
ever
is
since
not
Peyton
on
Manning
Mel's
retired.
best available board right now, which makes sense to me.
Well, yeah, because he's not that good.
I don't think Mac Jones.
I
don't think Mac Jones is a first-round quarterback.
I mean, I think he'll go in the first round.
I mean, he could, but I see him as he's a third-round talent at best.
A third-round talent at best?
To me.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not going to say that he deserves to go in an earlier round than Russell Wilson went. And granted, Russell Wilson was drafted later than he should have been, but that's largely hindsight.
I mean, he's been comped to Tom Brady. Mac Jones might be on the board a while.
I mean, the thing is, Mac Jones, the one thing he has going for him is he's an accomplished collegiate quarterback, which means something to certain people, which always kind of gives you a bit of a boost as being a guy that played in big games. So even with his talent level, he would be considered probably a late first-round pick. I don't know where all this hype came from him. Him being a top 10 pick. The 49ers seemed to be either they were throwing the world's biggest smokescreen at us, which it seems like that was the case because they did not end up picking him, and now he appears to be in some sort of free fall. I just don't know what to make of the Mac Jones situation. Maybe teams are just getting even better at lobbing up these smokescreens and faking everybody out because, like I said, up until this afternoon, Mac Jones was the heavy favorite in Vegas to be picked by the 49ers.
Which just
it never made any sense.
No. Oh, the Broncos pick is in. I think it's going to be
Evan,
Fields.
your sister says he's not all that. He's big and white, but apparently that's attractive to some teams. Yeah, it is. Bizarrely.
I mean, for decades at the quarterback position, that was the only qualification you had to have to play quarterback. You had to be big, and you had to be white, and you had to have an arm. That's it.
An arm. Didn't have to have two, just the throwing arm.
And it didn't have to be accurate or particularly live. It just had to exist. Yeah. You had to be able to throw the ball to somebody.
Dead fish football, like what? Yeah, Mac Jones, big and white, and that's the end of his traits.
And
exactly right.
He's not even that big, though, compared to Justin Fields is a much bigger dude than Mac Jones is. Trevor Lawrence is a much bigger dude than Mac Jones is. Mac Jones is probably the smallest quarterback being considered as a first-round pick here.
Is he really?
Maybe him and Zach Wilson, but
Zach Wilson is basically the same size, maybe even just a
he's
bit
Zach
smaller.
Wilson.
But right,
Mac
he's
Jones
better.
6'3" apparently.
He's better at everything. He's more accurate, stronger, and faster. So, what do you want? All right.
Well, the pick is
Goodell's at
in.
the
They're about to
podium.
announce it.
He's walking by the chair. The chair just cracks me up. It shouldn't, but it does.
Patrick
There you
Surtain.
go. There's a defensive
Cornerback.
back.
Interesting.
The other defensive back that I was able to watch film
I was
of.
expecting that. Well, now what does Dallas do?
Take Asante Samuel Jr.
Yeah, Dallas. Their defense is abysmal, right? Like their season was going pretty good, just because Dak Prescott was unreal before he got injured. And then, Dak Prescott was covering up for the defense being so bad. The Cowboys were winning their games 45-44. But then as soon as Dak goes out, their offense goes down the tubes. And it joins their defense, which was already down the tubes, and there goes their whole season. So
they were staying afloat, but their defense was giving away games, and their running back was fumbling away games, which didn't help. But what do you guys think about Asante Samuel Jr.?
So I
didn't really
did
see
not
much
get a
of him.
chance to watch his film much. The only stuff I saw from him was a couple of games where he was matched up against receivers that I was scouting. So I really was not focused too much on him compared to the receivers. So I really don't have much of a scouting report on Samuel.
Yeah,
I don't have
really,
much of one.
I don't really know what to make of what the Cowboys do now, because I think that Horn and Surtain were decisively the two best corners on the board. And I think that one of those two was definitely, or should have been at least, their target. And it's making me laugh thinking about how the players at the position need get taken, and so now they're just going to go Jerry Jones into taking Devontae Smith. Because, hey, plan A is out the door. We wanted one of these two corners, and they're both gone, so might as well pick whoever I want.
Yeah. I mean, should Dallas trade back? I mean, what should they do?
It depends on what – I still think they need to get a defensive back, and I think there are still first-round talents available. But the question is, can they move back enough to still get one of those and get something decent in return? They sort of have to thread that needle where they might just be better off making the safe bet and taking a guy that's still going to be pretty good. I mean, Caleb Farley looks like he's going to be a good player. Asante Samuel Jr. has potential as well. And there are some other guys that maybe are a bit more of a reach as an early first-round pick, but there's still some options that they could justify as a defensive back.
So say they don't go defensive back, and say they don't go Devontae Smith.
They should not go Devontae Smith.
Sean Lee just retired, and that's not really that big of a loss because he's always been hurt. So it's not like he's really been that available for them. He was a very good player when healthy, especially during his younger years. Could they go linebacker here?
Yeah, you thinking like Micah Thomas or something like that?
So it really depends on what type of a linebacker they want. They could go with the guy that I really would like to see Washington get, which is he's sort of a hybrid edge coverage linebacker, Zaven Collins out of Tulsa. But yeah, I mean, a guy like Micah Parsons or Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah from Notre Dame.
Micah Parsons, I think, is going to be the first linebacker taken.
Probably.
In the draft.
But I like JOK too.
Yeah. I don't know. The Cowboys, that is a consideration, but I'm not sure, because now based off what I've seen from Micah Parsons, he's a great athlete, high motor, great in the run game. I worry about his coverage skills, and that's sort of where the Cowboys have had issues with their linebacking core, where players have overcommit, they bite too often on play action and things like that. I worry about them considering that a flaw in Micah Parsons, and maybe they don't want to try to draft somebody like that. Oh, Cowboys traded their pick to the Eagles.
Oh, wow.
The Eagles are going to pick Devontae Smith.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. How far back did the Cowboys trade?
Though the Eagles had the 12th pick, but I don't know if the Cowboys got the 12th.
It doesn't
pick.
look like it, but based on the graphic, they haven't changed the 12th one to Dallas.
Yeah, so I'm gonna need Shefty to tell us what the hell they actually gave up.
Yeah.
Or what the Eagles gave up to get that pick.
Cowboys trade picks to the Eagles. Yeah, it's got to be Devontae Smith here. How? What?
Well, they might be able to get
could the
Smith
Eagles
at 12.
screw this up?
I
mean, maybe, but I mean, the Giants are picking 11th. So, like, do we know the Giants don't want a receiver?
I'm not sold. I don't know what the hell Dave Gettleman's going to do. I think it would be stupid for them to continue to shovel draft capital into the sinking ship that is Daniel Jones. But if they want to, they can go ahead. I think that New York should go defense. I think they should draft Micah Parsons.
Yeah. I mean, I had some questions about Micah Parsons, mainly I didn't see what he could do in coverage. So, like, I just looked at, like, a highlight video, and it didn't show any coverage plays.
That's because the coverage isn't there. I watched some tape of him specifically in coverage because I noticed the same thing, that there were no highlights of him actually covering people. And there were some breakdowns of plays where he definitely gets lost when he gets dropped into coverage, man and zone.
Okay. Yeah, because that was my question. Like, well, all these plays are run plays or, pass rush plays. Like, where's the coverage? If you're going to play inside linebacker, you got to cover somebody.
He'd be a nasty player on a blitz, though, man. That's a tough guy to account for, bringing extra men. He's going to be a good player in the NFL. I just think he needs to find the right place where some of his weaknesses could potentially be hidden a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Giants' defense has been a sieve for a few years now.
Yeah, they need talent however they can get it. Although some people have floated the idea of maybe the Cardinals getting Micah Parsons if he's available when they pick. And they drafted Isaiah Simmons last year, who kind of had a strange role with them because they like to do weird stuff with their linebackers. But when he did get an opportunity to make plays, he took advantage because he's still such a freak athlete. But I would just find it strange if they went and drafted another linebacker in back-to-back years, especially after Isaiah Simmons seemingly had mixed results as a rookie.
So according to this alert I just got from ESPN, the Cowboys did get the Eagles' 12th pick and a third-round pick, even though the ESPN graphic here has not changed the 12th over from Philly to Dallas.
Okay, so then I think the Eagles are picking Devontae Smith then, because they've only got one pick at the first round at that point then.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah.
Although there is some consideration here also. I just took a big they just changed it to the Cowboys.
Yep, there it is.
On the graphic. They put a nice slash through or strike through on the Eagles at 12 and they replaced it with the Cowboys. But okay. I talked about the Giants not wanting to continue to throw draft capital on the sinking ship of Daniel Jones. But are the Eagles confident in Jalen Hurts to the point where they want to line that timeline up like that? Because that's their guy at this point.
I mean, unless it's Joe Flacco, my boy Joe Flacco, but I don't think it's Joe. So it's got to be Jalen Hurts at this point. They paid Carson Wentz to leave.
Yes, they did.
Right, so like, it's got to be Jalen. I don't see it from Jalen Hurts, frankly, but
I don't either. And I like Jalen Hurts a lot, so I hate saying that, but I just don't. I don't know if he's NFL starter, franchise quarterback type of guy. I think he's sort
another
of like
one of Devontae Smith's teammates.
Yes.
Like just Alabama guys all over the place.
It's pretty much like it's going to be 10% of the league played with Devontae Smith in college.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Devontae
Smith caught the game-winning touchdown in that national championship game that I went to sleep on because I was upset.
You shouldn't have gone to sleep. It was a great game.
I should have gone to sleep. If you were me, would you have gone to sleep?
No.
Like, I've seen enough.
Well, given how much you hate Georgia, I understand. I stayed up and watched the whole thing. You should be happy they gave away Justin Fields to keep Jake Fromm, Evan.
Kirby Smart needs to be fired for that. That's
terrible.
inexcusable.
Oh my goodness, how do you do that?
Yeah.
All right.
Where's Jake Fromm
who
now?
Who are the Eagles taking?
He's not even at State Farm. Where's Jake Fromm? No idea.
All right, here you go, Goodell, at the podium for.
He's walking by the lady sitting in the chair. And she's pulling her mask down. Okay, you're delaying the draft. Is that a Jeremy Maclin jersey?
Devontae Smith. There you go.
Yep, there you go.
Well, that does it for all the guys I had as the high-end receivers. I do think that there's going to be some other first-round picks, but I think those are definitely the three best guys were Waddle, Smith, and Chase. And they gone. So it'd be interesting to see what happens with Rondale Moore, Rashad Bateman, and guys like that. But
yeah.
These were the cream of the crop dudes.
Yeah, I really liked Rashad Bateman for the little clips I saw. But apparently there was, I watched highlights, right? That doesn't show the full story of what he is as a player.
Yeah, that was one thing if they only had highlights, I didn't bother watching because I really didn't want to see just highlights. So, speaking of which, shout out to, there were a couple of YouTube channels in particular that I relied on. Samuel Gold and Real Bucks Talk. There are a number of YouTube channels out there that have like actual film study, but the thing I liked about those two is I didn't really want to hear the people's, like the creators' opinions about these players. I wanted to watch the film myself and gather my own thoughts from it. And those two channels in particular did a good job of actually showing the full play.
The All-22.
Well, oftentimes the All-22, but the big thing was that a lot of the creators that I was like checking their channels, they do a lot of like fast forwarding, reversing, pausing in the middle of the play, and like because they wanted to talk about every single point, which is fine. And like the guy like Samuel Gold and Real Bucks Talk, they did some of that, but at some point they always showed the full play so that I could see that and use that play to kind of do the pausing and reversing on my own so that I'm not only seeing what they want me to see. There were a lot of channels that they never showed the whole thing, and so you could only see what they wanted you to see, and I really didn't care to listen to what they were saying. So I really appreciated that. So shout out to Samuel Gold and Real Bucks Talk for, based on the comments on their videos, it seemed like they have good takes and people appreciated their thoughts, but I really wanted to gather my own thoughts. And the way that they put their videos together allowed me to do that.
Yeah, I think it's also funny. We were just talking about how everybody's going to be in the NFL who played in college with Devontae Smith. And sure enough, the player comp that ESPN used was Calvin Ridley, who was a former teammate of Devontae Smith at Alabama. So there you go.
Oh, yeah.
Giants are trading the pick to the Bears. Justin Fields.
Whoa.
Justin Fields.
I could see it. I'd be okay with that.
Oh.
I would feel bad for Justin Fields.
Yeah, probably.
They've got some weapons there.
It's the Chicago Bears, man. It's the Chicago Bears. They haven't had a good quarterback. They haven't had a good quarterback since Sid Luckman, man. It's been 70 years.
Okay. So...
Who are the Bears' weapons, right? Jimmy Graham retired. Allen Robinson wants to leave so bad. He hates that place, but they franchised him so he can't.
Well, maybe he'll like
it
more.
Is that the list? What about that dude, was it Wims?
Javon Wims? The one that fought...
defensive player?
No, Javon Wims got into a fight with...
that guy.
With C.J. Gardner-Johnson and got kicked out of the game.
Yeah. He's a receiver, right?
Yes, he's like a slot receiver, yeah.
Oh, okay. No, they have him.
Yeah. He's great.
Yeah. Kevin White. Remember him?
Kevin White. Oh, my God.
He played like 4 games.
Was he ever on the field? I remember, oh, my God, Kevin White. He was so hyped. He was like
that's because
top
the
10
first
pick.
Yeah, because when they drafted him, that was the first year the draft was in Chicago. He got a huge ovation. Bears acquire 11 from Giants in exchange for a 20-pick, 5th-round pick. But see, that doesn't check off a spot because I needed somebody to trade up 10 picks. Where is that on here? A team trades up 10 spots or more.
So Justin Fields' living room is empty, and they're showing that on TV now.
A team trading up from 20 to 11. That's not
Now
10
people
spots.
are coming back. Justin Fields is now
20
sitting
to 11
back
is
on
not
the
10
couch.
spots.
Yeah. Oh, his room is empty.
Well,
Interesting.
they're all coming back in now.
Okay.
Pick is in. That's weird that they were all gone. Maybe they got a phone call. Maybe Justin Fields to the Bears. They did show
Maybe
Mac
they
Jones.
got something to eat. I'm hungry.
But it was pretty funny when they just had a camera shot of the empty room.
Of the couch.
Yeah. Here's an empty couch. That looked just like Justin Fields' couch.
Brought to you by Furniture Store.
What?
Brought to you
Write
by
that down.
Furniture Store. Just generic
Brought to
furniture
you by
store.
Furniture Store.
Yeah.
That could
generic
be a
furniture
show
store.
title if we really want to make sure that we don't use 2021 NFL Draft in it.
Brought to you by Furniture
Yeah,
Store.
put that in the show notes. I don't have it open, so
Michi-
I can't put it in.
Michigan State basketball sponsored by Rocket Mortgage. God, it's so
The
good.
net cutting ceremony brought to you by Werner, except that John Oliver doesn't like that because he's a DeWalt man.
I mean, they're just ladders. Like, it doesn't matter.
Hey, you don't understand how big of a difference there is between a DeWalt and a Werner. Granted, I don't
mean,
understand
as
that
long as-
either, but John Oliver says there is, and I trust him.
I mean, as long as they're not, my favorite childhood game, Shoots and Ladders. Right?
Shoots.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Do we have somebody other than Goodell making a pick? That's a bingo card, right?
Yeah, that's on here.
This guy's walking down to the podium, but Goodell's also going to the podium? What? Fist bump. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Goodell. Fake out.
But who is the pick, though?
Let's find out. It is...
Yeah, who's this guy?
I don't know.
I think someone missed rehearsal. Okay. He's talking about COVID or something.
Yeah.
I feel like this would be a good place for the crowd to maybe quiet down and actually listen. This is something that's important.
Mm-hmm.
The draft is not important in the grand scheme of things.
They're just reading names. No, it's not important. Are people booing?
Wait, is this in Chicago?
This is in
Cleveland.
Cleveland.
Oh, okay. I was thinking maybe this is the fans being mad because we're delaying who the Bears are gonna get.
Yeah.
So we are getting somebody other than Roger Goodell announcing the pick.
Bingo. We got a bingo
There's a
card.
bingo, or not a bingo, but a box.
Oh, he's still talking. What is the pick?
It's just
Justin Fields. Hey. Well, that's why Rodgers wants out. He's ducking Justin Fields. Doesn't want that smoke in that division.
I'm sure that is Aaron Rodgers' concern.
Well, the funny thing is I saw that Devontae Adams said if Aaron goes, I'm out too.
Good for him. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be
He doesn't want to catch
Other
passes
than
from
Roger
Jordan
Goodell
Love.
announces a pick. Alrighty.
that would certainly be something, wouldn't it?
I mean, do you blame him?
No.
I mean, Devontae Adams is building a Hall of Fame resume by catching passes from Aaron Rodgers.
So was Jordy Nelson.
You think he wants to go from Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love?
I think the Packers know that Jordan Love sucks.
Like you said, he didn't even suit up.
Yeah, he didn't dress at all.
All right,
Like
so
even in 2018, like Lamar and RG3 came in some, right? The Ravens were up by 50 points against somebody. RG3 came in and mopped up. Lamar did those little gadget plays and stuff. But Jordan Love played 0.0.0 snaps last season.
So why don't we talk about the player who just got picked, Justin Fields, because we really haven't talked that much about him today. I mean, we've talked more about Mac Jones than we have Justin Fields, and Mac Jones hasn't even been picked yet, and he might not get picked tonight for all we know.
Mac Jones has been working on his green room scowl. I noticed that.
So
he's got that down.
One of the things that stood out to me about Justin Fields was there were one of the cool things about the video that Samuel Gold put together was that I could tell he was finding clips of Ohio State running very similar plays, you know, early in the game compared to later in game, or 1 week compared to the next week. And Justin Fields does not make the same mistake twice. So either he is an exceptionally intelligent quarterback who recognizes as soon as he makes a mistake and corrects it the next time that he sees that look, or he is very open to coaching and is willing to listen to coaches who point out to him what he needs to fix, or both. And my money is on both. You know, if he's paired with good teachers, and that would be kind of the one potential concern, because I'm not really sure how I feel about Matt Nagy right now and the Chicago Bears staff. But if he's paired with good teachers, he's going to be just fine at the NFL level. He does need a good offensive line, though, because he is oblivious to pressure. Does not know it's coming, ever.
Oh, he holds on. He holds on to the ball a lot. He's got a little bit of Deshaun Watson in him in that regard,
yes.
Especially early in Deshaun's career, where it's just like, yeah, I can make the play, and so he holds and holds and holds the ball, and he takes a lot of unnecessary sacks, which is something that definitely needs to be corrected.
Yeah, I didn't watch too much Justin Fields tape because I felt like I had a sense of who he was. Like there were a lot of guys who I'd never even heard of. But you know, Justin Fields played at Ohio State. They went to the national championship game. They were on TV all the time. So I had a sense of him. I knew he was a good player. The play that stands out to me obviously is in the semifinal against Clemson, where Fields gets his ribs and internal organs blended up together.
Yeah.
And, you know, he basically, all he did was get the wind knocked out of him. He's like, all right, coach, I'm back in. I'm good. And he threw like 5 touchdown passes or something against a really good Clemson defense. Like there's NFL guys on that Clemson defense too. So like there's no reason to question Justin Fields' toughness or desire to be great or any of the other cliche BS that was being thrown around before. Because none of that is true. It doesn't stand up to the eye test.
No.
So I have a lot of questions about, you know, why Justin Fields fell in air quotes in this draft. And I think I just, you know, I can put the back of my hand in front of the camera and be like, I think we kind of know what the deal is at the quarterback position.
Well, the thing is, as far as the teams that ultimately
Dallas picking
went ahead, you know, would have taken him ahead of now. I don't know if there really were that many who would have taken a quarterback except for maybe the Broncos.
Yeah.
That was really the only one who I thought maybe would take a quarterback, but I'm not surprised that they didn't, because they just traded for a quarterback, and regardless of how you feel about, you know, the whole Locke Bridgewater situation, you don't trade for a quarterback. I feel like you don't trade for a quarterback and then draft one. Like if they felt like they were going to try and draft a quarterback, they would not have traded for Teddy Bridgewater.
I mean, even if they gave up a 6th rounder or whatever.
Well, it becomes a crowded QB room regardless of what you gave up to make it happen. Especially
unless they all have COVID and none of them can play. And have to play that other guy.
Hold on, Cowboys pick is in.
Yep.
Who is this person now?
I don't know.
Someone is very excited.
So who do we think the Cowboys are picking now that they're up again?
I think they're picking like a defensive lineman or somebody, an unsexy pick.
I think they take a linebacker here.
Michael Parsons?
Maybe. I don't know which one they'll take, but I could see that.
I feel like Michael Parsons, if they're going to take a linebacker, it's got to be the choice, unless they go with an edge guy.
But don't they have Dexter Lawrence, who apparently can't play?
They got a lot of guys who can't play. My goodness.
I thought they still had Terrence Newman, who retired like 10 years ago.
Terrence Newman was with the Vikings for a while after he left the Cowboys. Dude played till he was like 40. This chick's excited. Michael Parsons, there it is. Scoop, there it is.
One of the great commercials ever. I'm going to go through and just going to count up real quick. Micah, we already talked about Micah Parsons, didn't we?
Yeah. When we thought the Cowboys were going to pick him maybe before they traded the pick. Corey, you're on mute.
Corey's on mute?
Or I can't hear him.
Yeah, my bad. So we mentioned him, like Eric just said. We said that earlier the Cowboys might take him, and then they traded that pick away. They ended up getting him after all, but we didn't really talk about him. So I mean, like I've got notes to talk about. Evan, I don't know if you want to talk, or Eric first.
Well, I mean, all I wrote down was quick but looks small, can run with running backs, a good tackler. Didn't see what he could or perhaps couldn't do in coverage. That was really all I had on him. The only point I wanted to make was we didn't see his coverage ability in that highlight video, and my guess is maybe it's missing.
Well, so that was the nice thing about the actual game film, because one of the reasons for that is he's not really a good man coverage guy, but he's a solid zone defender. I'd say that he's more of a run stopper type of guy, because he is a little bit of a smaller dude. I mean, he's not as small as Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, but he's not like this big body guy. He is better at pressuring the quarterback when he can pick his spots and blitz from the linebacker position. He's not a guy that you can put on the line and rush him from the edge, or even that you necessarily want him to approach the line and show that he's blitzing, because he's going to get picked up and he's not going to blow through defenders. One of the things that stood out to him was just that he has great straight line speed, and he's a great sideline to sideline pursuer. He gets off of blocks to make stops in the run game. He just doesn't do that so much in the pass game. My biggest concern with him, I think Eric kind of mentioned this earlier, he completely loses track of the ball on misdirection plays. He gets fooled very easily.
Yep. He always overcommits.
But it's not even just that he overcommits, because you can see if a guy overcommits, but his eye is following the ball, and he's like, "Oh shoot, I need to get over there." He seems completely oblivious to like where the ball is. He almost, so many of the plays that I saw, it looked like he thought the ball was with the quarterback when it was at the running back, or that it went to the running back when it was the quarterback. So either his opponents are really good at play action fakes and zone read fakes, or he just doesn't follow the ball well.
But that's also another coaching thing that can be worked on as well.
You hope so. You hope it's not truly a vision thing.
Well, yeah, it'd be hard to play professional football if you're blind. I mean, like I talked about a little bit already, that I worried a little bit about his coverage skills, but I still think he's going to be a fine player in the NFL, just because he's got that straight line speed. He's got that ability to blow plays up in the backfield, especially on runs, and on some of those misdirection plays where he gets the call right and he's going in the right place. He's going to be there to deliver a big hit.
Oh, absolutely.
And get the job done. Like I watched a lot of tape of him just like on reverses. Yeah, he's in the backfield meeting the guy right at the point of attack and blowing him up, which is something that every team dreams about, because that's how you end drives in the NFL, is tackles for loss and plays like that. It's not just
Yeah.
the fundamentals. Like, you can get fundamental play from a lot of players, but it's that disruptive force that you can have that can turn a drive from looking promising to something terrible. And Corey's
I love that
laughing
they're
his ass
showing
off at
Mac
something.
Jones right now with the Chargers on the clock. Like, they're going to pick him when they've got Justin Herbert.
I don't think the Chargers should be hit with malpractice lawsuits by Justin Herbert if they don't pick Rashawn Slater. I mean, come on.
Aside from the fact that they stabbed their other starting quarterback. Remember that little detail.
Didn't help. But, the fact that Rashawn Slater's still on the board at this point is a small miracle, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. So he should have been picked a while ago.
And it is absolutely a
James
position
had him
of
going
need.
at number 5 to Cincinnati.
It's definitely a position of need for the Chargers because I think they were bottom 5 in the league at pressure rate for Justin Herbert. He was under siege all season. They desperately need to sew up that offensive line.
Yeah, Slater would be an excellent addition to that line. We talked earlier, I talked about the tape from the OSU game in 2019 and just how well he played against Chase Young. I mean, this is generational edge talent. A guy that, maybe the best edge rusher coming out of college in a decade at least. And probably will be the best for another decade or so. And he just didn't seem to have that much trouble with him. I mean, he made it look easy blocking Chase Young, and that's not something that's easy to do.
Made it look easy. Wow. Let's see. All I have to say about the Micah Parsons pick is like one of the highlights from this is going to be roundabout and whatever, but that's kind of what we do. One of the highlights from Lamar Jackson, I'm going to bring it in together in a minute, but one of the highlights from Lamar Jackson, whoops, that messed that up real bad. One of Lamar Jackson's highlights was he took a run up the middle straight to the house against Dallas, and the thing that happened was there was some sort of mixed direction, a little mesh point handoff type of thing in the backfield with the running back, and the Cowboys inside linebacker bit so hard on the misdirection that he was basically just slid out of position, and Lamar ran right by where that linebacker was supposed to be. So if Micah Parsons is a guy who bites hard on play action fakes and faked handoffs and stuff like that, that's already an issue for Dallas, and that's something that he and they are going to have to work on. Did we lose Eric?
No,
I'm here.
He's still here.
Oh, okay.
I have nothing more to add. I agree.
Okay.
With
Yeah, I
all
knocked
that.
my phone over.
And then you turned your camera off.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
still
you were
on?
doing all kinds of weird stuff.
No,
Hey,
it's
you're
it's
good
on now. It's on
Oh,
now.
okay.
Leave it alone. Are you on Skype on your phone? Is that what's going on right now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So that's how we got video. Got it.
Yeah, I gave up on the webcam completely.
I'm sure it'll work perfectly next week when we're not actually
yeah.
putting our faces on the broadcast.
Yeah, where we're not live in front of the entire world, the whole internet.
Speaking of which,
7
we will be
billion
back
people could
to
be
our
watching.
regular Wednesday schedule next week. So, those of you who are joining us today, we appreciate you listening and commenting. The chat has gotten a little bit quiet over the past several picks, but we appreciate you guys watching and participating and supporting, and we hope that you'll consider joining us for live shows in the future. We always pretty much always podcast at 6:05 p.m. on Wednesdays, so you can join us then, and you can join our conversations. You can also, of course, find us on all the major podcast apps. We're on Apple Podcasts, we're on Amazon, we're on Google, Spotify. We got a YouTube channel, and we always upload there. Or you can just go to our SoundCloud page. It's where we upload everything, and it just pushes it out to all these sites. So, we definitely appreciate everybody's support.
Absolutely. And follow us on Twitter as well.
Yep, at Sportsballers18. That's on your screen. You can also follow us individually. I'm at Corey Puffett. Exactly how it's spelled on your screen, just no space. Eric is at Quagmire67. And Evan is at Evan_Ash13.
Yes. Yeah. So definitely check us out there. We've been tweeting about our live show really all week. So certainly if you follow us on Twitter, where's Louis Riddick? He's gone. Where did he go?
Maybe need a bathroom break.
Scott Hansen didn't get a bathroom break.
That's because he eats a very special meal before every show that basically clogs him up for 7 hours. He talked about it on a Reddit thread a few years back. He did like one of those Ask Me Anythings.
All right, picks in.
Yep. Let's see what we got.
I still don't see Goodell.
He's there. You're a little behind us.
Okay.
Rashawn Slater.
There you go.
Oh, nice. Good for them.
That's a great pick.
This is the time in the draft where I start getting jealous. I'm like, ooh.
That's a steal.
What?
That's a steal to get him at this point in the draft. He should have already been off the board.
James mocked him at 5.
That is
13?
I mean, they've got to be absolutely thrilled that he fell to them.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they had other options that they could have gone for. You know, Elijah Tucker would have been a good pick too, but this is the best guy on the board. Certainly, it was him and Sewell were, the 1A, 1B in a lot of people's minds. I know, Corey, you already said that you preferred Rashawn Slater to Penei Sewell, but either way, the fact that we figured both of those guys would be gone by now.
Oh yeah,
and the fact that they didn't even have to trade up to get this guy is just, it's excellent for them. You take advantage of where the inefficiencies are. And I think that we agreed at the time. I think that when the Bengals picked Jamar Chase, who I think is going to be a terrific player, I think that they made a mistake. I think that they should have picked a lineman because they have T. Higgins already. They've got decent weapons to throw to. They have no offensive line.
Yeah.
And their quarterback got horribly injured. That little detail.
Yeah. I think probably the reason that Sewell went ahead of Slater is that Sewell's got 3 inches and 25 pounds on Slater. So while I still think that Slater is the most pro-ready, you can make the argument that Sewell has more potential just because of his size, as long as you can coach him up. Not that Slater can't add on some weight if he needed to, but you can't get taller at this point. Like, you're not getting taller once by the time you're out of college. But I think in the short term, Slater's going to be the better player, and I think that this is huge for Justin Herbert to get him. I mean, and you can Evan, he'll pop up for you in just a moment on your screen, but Justin Herbert just came over and gave one of those guys in the war room a fist bump. I mean, he's happy about that, it seems, and he should be.
Should be, yeah.
Well, Herbert's in the war room. I don't see him yet. Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
He grew his hair
wow,
back.
you're a good little ways behind me, but yes.
Yes. Yeah. Remember all that?
I guess you're watching on a stream on your computer, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Although,
probably why.
Maybe. I mean, I guess I don't have to be sitting here. I could be watching on TV. Since I'm
you're on your phone.
Yeah, since I'm on the phone. But like the phone is plugged in and it's in the headphones and I have to adjust everything and Shaq, we're on live. So like there would be right. I'd be giving an impromptu tour of my apartment. Yeah. 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 I'd just be giving a tour of my apartment for the whole world, and it's yeah. So doesn't look like we're gonna get to the 3 offensive linemen picked in the top 15, but we'll see.
Yeah,
looks like the Jets just traded for the Vikings.
Yeah,
pick.
they did.
Whoa.
Huh, that's interesting.
Where did the Jets trade from?
They had another first-round pick. They had like a late first, like 22nd or 23rd, something like that.
But not quite 10 spots.
I don't believe it was 10 spots, no. I'll double-check, but I'm pretty sure it was.
Where are the Jets going to get here? I mean, it doesn't matter. The Jets need everything, right? They don't need... They didn't get rid of Quinnen Williams, right? They got rid of another defensive lineman whose name I can't remember. I may even thinking of Snacks Harrison from the Giants. Anyway, yeah, the Jets have so many issues. I'm sure whoever they pick here would be a good choice. They should trade all their picks up to the first round, right? Like, we need everybody. If you're the Jets. You know, you got a quarterback, finally, maybe. You know, who's their best receiver? Is it Corey Davis? Is it it's not Robbie Anderson. It's
Well, Robbie Anderson left to go to the Panthers.
Yeah.
Did they pick up Corey Davis?
Yeah, Corey Davis is with the Jets. Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted the Ravens to get Corey Davis because Corey Davis is a Gruden grinder type.
No, you just wanted them to get
blocks.
him so you could annoy me because
his name is spelled wrong.
No, the Ravens had Corey Graham before. Right?
Yeah, exactly, and he spelled his name wrong.
Crey. I love Corey Graham picked off Peyton Manning twice in the playoffs.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Yeah, took one of them to the house, another one was in overtime, right before the overtime period ended. So left Corey Graham. He went and got paid by the Bills after that.
All right, so ESPN is saying this is from Minnesota. We know this, but the Jets still, according to ESPN, still have their number 23 pick that they have from the Seahawks. So
yeah, but they were slow in updating the Cowboys one earlier. So
yeah, I'm just saying keep an eye on it because that might. I'm assuming that's the pick that they traded to move up. But either way, that's only 9 slots, so that doesn't hit it for our 10 spot plus bingo slot.
Yeah, 10 or more spots. These teams keep trading up by 9 spots.
They're teasing us.
Yeah. Yeah. And we haven't seen the Patriots yet. No first round running back. 49ers did not pick Mac Jones. So yeah. Have we heard any fans booing?
I have not. So I've been keeping my audio off because I think I discovered that when I have the audio going into my headphones, the way that I've set it up in order to make sure it doesn't then go on to the broadcast, because I don't think we have the audio rights to this. That's what's been causing some of the in our audio on the stream. So I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not listening at all.
Any chance you could reenact the for us? Right quick? Yeah, that was. Yeah. Alrighty, so.
Hey, we got Rodgers throwing a ball with Jake from State Farm. Again, haven't seen this commercial since September.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, Rodgers, we don't know where he's going, right? The guy outside the window might have to wear something else on his head, you know? He'd have to be dressed differently. He could be, I don't know. Where's Rodgers going to go?
He could be wearing a Viking helmet.
He's going to go to the New England Patriots and the world's going to explode.
That would explode the world, yeah.
You thought Belichick was done. There's no way they have cap space, but they could trade something, or you could always make room. This is the NFL.
Your Saints, Eric, right? The Saints have been $100 million over the cap for like 5 years.
Yeah, and they've still managed to keep all the players.
Yeah, and they haven't been kicked out of the league.
No.
For cheating.
I don't know how they've done it. They probably are cheating. We just don't know how yet.
We'll find out in a couple more years. They've been cheating, and people get suspended and stuff.
All that cheating just to be disappointing in the playoffs every year.
I mean, at least you're cheating and winning, right? What if you're cheating and finishing in last place?
Yeah, like the Broncos did. Well, they didn't quite finish in last, but the Josh McDaniels Broncos were not very good, and they got caught cheating.
What were they doing? How could that team have possibly been cheating?
I think they were doing something untoward, filming footage of something they weren't supposed to film. A little Spygate-esque type of deal, and they got caught.
Can't say he never learned anything from his old head coach.
Exactly,
That's true, yeah.
Now again, I don't know the nature of it was not exactly the same. There was some weirdness with it. I didn't bother to read it, but it involved them illegally filming something. That's all I know.
All I remember from those Broncos was that I think the Broncos were like 5-0 and they came into Baltimore, and the Broncos were talking trash and running their mouths, and the Broncos fans and stuff. And then they got annihilated by the Ravens.
Goodell's at the podium.
Okay. For the Jets pick.
Oh, man. I've got no idea what the Jets are about to do because it could be anything.
That's what I thought with their second pick could be anything.
No,
They're
I was
cheering,
pretty
they're
sure.
clapping, they're happy.
There's clapping.
Is it Mac Jones?
That would be hilarious. He does look like he's on the phone. Maybe
He's on the phone and he was cheesing.
Maybe he's going to New England.
Maybe.
Oh.
Okay.
Elijah Vera Tucker. Oh, ooh, okay. So Elijah Vera Tucker is an offensive lineman. This is pick number 14.
They're taking their time putting the graphic up on the screen. I guess they had to dig kind of deep for him.
Yeah, Elijah Vera. So that's another check on our bingo board. 3.
Yep, that's the third offensive lineman off the board.
Offensive lineman in the top 15. As soon as I can find it here. Doesn't look like we're particularly close to getting bingo, but... And Elijah Vera Tucker was one of the I identified some people on one of my notepads are in here somewhere. Was one of the guys I picked out that I kind of wanted the Ravens to get. The clips I saw of him, I did like the way he was playing, and I thought there was a chance that he might fall to the Ravens. Obviously, that did not happen. So, but yeah, he's from the Pac-12.
Yeah, USC.
Okay. I want to make sure.
Have they announced what the Jets traded? And now, like, the ESPN thing is, like, spazzing out. It says the Jets are on the clock right now.
Sean Slater out of the Big Tens. That's how many Big Ten? Should be 3, if not 4 Big Ten guys. Big Ten. Well, Trevor Lawrence isn't from the Big Ten.
Yeah, the
Schefter seems pretty confident, or seems to be implying that the Patriots are going to take Mac Jones.
Wait.
3 Big Ten.
What the heck just happened? ESPN just put on there that Mac Jones had gone to the Jets. They're having some trouble with their graphics team.
They really want Mac Jones to be a thing.
Michael McCorkle Jones. Yeah, Mac Jones, quarterback, Alabama. What?
Well, they have not. This is not official yet.
Yeah,
but it's looking like he's going to go to New England.
I think somebody's elbow was on the button there. You know.
So let me see. Did I? Let's see here. Yeah, so I had Elijah Vera Tucker on my board as I think I had him as my number 3 or 4 guy. I didn't do a good job of organizing these, but yeah, no, he pushes around smaller defensive linemen pretty easily. The one thing that I noticed is that he switched positions pretty often. His run blocking is really good from the guard position, which the graphic said he's a guard, but he played tackle pretty often, but he was a very shaky run blocker from the tackle position. I don't know why there was such a big difference. I don't know if it just had to do with blocking defensive tackles versus edge rushers. That could have been the case, but definitely seemed like a better guard than a tackle, at least in the run game. So,
okay.
Patriots pick is in. We'll find out pretty shortly who that is. Guessing it's Mac Jones based on the fact that he was on the phone a couple moments ago.
And did not have his scowl in the green room.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of cheeseheads up close to the stage. Just notice that clip.
Mac Jones.
So there you go.
Mac Jones, really? All right, so that means we need to check Twitter, or I guess our comments as well. Are people upset? Right? Because
let us know what you guys think of any of these last few picks.
Yeah, I remember when the Patriots got N'Keal Harry, and everybody was all worked up. The Patriots all the way down to 32. They got this guy who's really good. N'Keal Harry can't play, but at the time, it was like, oh, jeez, can't believe they got him. But maybe that's not certainly not the reaction that I have. I just don't see it from Mac Jones. I think he's unathletic and stiff. He seems kind of dull as well. I guess a perfect fit for the Patriots. He said something really funny to Roger Goodell, though.
So he I looked really hard for something good to say about Mac Jones because, and here's the reason. Because, you have all these people who are like saying that Mac Jones is going to be great. He's amazing. The 49ers should take him number 3, or maybe even the Jets should take him number 2, and then there was like such this pushback, and it's deserved because Justin Fields is undoubtedly the better prospect of the two, but I don't want to just tear up a prospect and say there's nothing good there.
You just did
but
that.
There wasn't really a whole lot that impressed me about Mac Jones. He understands to an extent how to read matchups in pre-snap, but he relies way too heavily on the pre-snap read. So when the defense disguises well, and they will at the NFL level, his fundamentals completely disappear, and he still forces it to his first read time and time again. He also displays good pocket awareness insofar as an internal clock and getting the ball out, but pressure, there was one stat I saw that pressure doubled his percentage of turnover-worthy plays. So when he faced pressure, he had twice as many turnover-worthy plays as he did when he didn't face pressure. So despite having good pocket awareness, that didn't really make a difference as far as the bottom line, which is how often is he putting the ball in a position where the defense can take it away. So I did not see a lot that I liked about him. So of course, Bill Belichick is going to turn him into the next Tom Brady.
Yeah, I think that it's easy to have your pre-snap read be correct where you say, let me play this matchup when it's, Devontae Smith is being guarded by, pick somebody, he's going to win the matchup, he's the best player in college football. Or, hey, this time the first read is Jalen Waddle, who's better than everybody else except for Devontae Smith and Jamar Chase, who's not playing football this year. He had the two best receivers in college football on his team this year, along with the best running back. I mean, it's not hard to make the first read work when everybody on your team is way better than the opponent.
So, Evan, your sister, Farron Ash, who has been on the show before, by the way, shout out to her.
Yes, and smoked us in the pit.
Yes, she did. Yes. She smoked us that week. Farron, you gotta join us every week next year and beat us into the ground for the whole season.
Maybe not, because then we'll just have no credibility left.
No, she did great that week in the picks. She says that this is such a Patriots move. If this dude becomes the next Tom Brady, I will definitely be mad. So will I, quite frankly. I think all of us will be. As much as we like Belichick, we don't want Mac Jones to be the next Tom Brady, quite frankly.
I will be offended on behalf of Tom Brady if it turns out Tom Brady's just the guy that Bill Belichick made somehow.
That's a good point. Sam Martin says that the going back through some of the past few picks, the Eagles didn't know where they wanted to pick, but made the right choice. Someone made Jerry pick the right guy in Parsons. I like that. That's
Jerry signs the checks.
Yeah, but would Jerry really have picked Parsons on his own accord? I think Sam makes a good point there.
I doubt it, but still,
Chicago probably still reached for Fields. I don't agree with that personally.
I don't agree with that either.
He asked where their original pick was, and I don't remember.
The Bears
made the playoffs. They were 20th.
Yeah,
they had the 20th pick. Cardinals pick is in.
And then he thinks that Fields would have made it past New England if Chicago hadn't picked him, which...
What?
That would have been a steal if he had.
Who's saying this?
Javen Collins.
Okay, that's a good pick for Arizona. I like that.
Linebacker? Okay.
I'm disappointed because I really wanted him for Washington. But he's a good player. I mentioned a little bit earlier on, he's sort of I see him as sort of a hybrid edge coverage guy, because he can cover, he can read the quarterback. Zone coverage primarily is where I see his strength being in coverage, which isn't exactly exceptional at linebacker. You kind of expect a linebacker to be able to play zone and read the quarterback's eyes, but he definitely does it at a high level for somebody who is often listed as an edge guy. And I think part of that is because he was a quarterback in high school, so he understands how to read that, and so he's kind of that quarterback of the defense. He has the mind of a middle linebacker with the size of an edge rusher, the tackling instinct and size. He does sometimes go a little bit high on tackles, but that can be coached up. He definitely has plus coverage for an edge rusher.
Okay. All right. Yeah, the Cardinals' defense was lacking, in my opinion, last year. So this is certainly something they needed to address. I still want to see what they did with Isaiah Simmons, right? Because he was, I think we said this earlier, he was last year's unicorn. I'm pretty sure it was J.K. Dobbins took a ball to the house in that Clemson-Ohio State playoff game after the 2019 season. And Dobbins was in the clear. He'd run by everybody except for Isaiah Simmons, who almost chased him down from like the other side of the field.
I'm curious because, like I said, Isaiah Simmons, he seems not to be heard from much last year, although he did make that one crazy interception in that overtime game against Russell Wilson and the Seahawks, which kind of sealed the deal and kind of ruined Russell Wilson's MVP candidacy at that point. But, I agree. I think that the Cardinals need more defense. I think this is a good pick for them. We're getting to the middle of the draft where it's, really based off of needs and who's available. There's still a ton of talent on the board as usual at this point. So there's going to be opportunities. I want to go back to the point that Jerry Jones was forced to pick Micah I keep messing this up. Why do I keep wanting to call him Micah Thomas? Who is Micah Thomas? Is that somebody? Because that name is stuck in my head. I think you're confusing
him with Michael Thomas.
Yeah, you're probably
That's very possible. Micah Parsons, I think that there was a time where Jerry Jones wanted to draft Johnny Manziel with the 16th pick, and his son made him pick Zach Martin instead. So I think that worked out better when somebody took the reins away from Jerry. Zach Martin's a 6-time All-Pro when Johnny Manziel is,
out of
Johnny
the
Manziel,
league.
Been out of the league. So this could be another situation like that. As for the Eagles, I don't really know. They were trying to, I guess, avoid having the Giants snag Devontae Smith. Maybe that was the motivation.
But then they trade behind the Giants, though?
No, they traded in front of the Giants. The Cowboys were in front of the Giants.
Okay.
Because the
all
Eagles
these
were at 12.
NFC East teams are all in a row.
Equally terrible 10, 11, 12.
Yeah. Thing is, Washington really deserves to be picking around there, too. But somebody had to win the division.
Yeah, so they get pushed back. They get penalized for playing in the crappy division and making the playoffs, which they didn't deserve to. I don't think that Justin Fields would have been around much longer. I think that if you...
He had no business being picked where he was.
There's no such thing as a reach for a quarterback that you think could be a franchise QB. You can't reach for that. That's the only thing that matters. You can't... everything else... If you don't draft a franchise quarterback at some point, you're fired. That's it. Your job's over. You failed to do what you were supposed to do. If you have a shot at a guy, you don't sit there and say, well, let's wait around in case he's still available. You have to make the leap for him right then and there. Nobody ever got fired for trading up for a quarterback. They get fired for drafting the wrong quarterback or never drafting the quarterback at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we wouldn't be sitting here making fun of the Bears if they had traded up and drafted Patrick Mahomes or Deshaun Watson.
Or if they had just drafted them. They didn't even have to trade up. They were right there.
That's true too. But the point is you have to get the guy. And you do whatever it takes to get the guy. But when you don't get him, that's when people lose their job. I guess not in the case of the Bears. I don't know why those people haven't been fired yet.
You have to figure Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy are on their last legs, and if they don't do something quick, they're going to be looking for new jobs.
Did they just buy themselves some time by drafting a quarterback? They're like, oh well, now if the team is bad again, we're like, oh well, now we have this young quarterback. He's obviously needs more time to develop, and we can develop him.
I don't know. I think it really depends on how the season goes. If they show some signs of promise, they might get more opportunities. But if they're dysfunctional and just a hot mess, and the Bears, I don't know if the Bears play the Saints this year, so Matt Nagy can get his annual spanking from Sean Payton. But if something like that happens again, where it's just like clear as day in front of everybody watching that you are an inferior coach to your opponent, I think that's ultimately going to get him fired.
Oh, goodness. Yeah. I mean, they got rid of the MVP, remember?
Yes, they did. Goodell is heading to the podium, hanging out with his Raiders fan real quick.
Okay. This Raiders fan, is the Raiders fan like, dressed like a Raiders fan with the...
Not really.
No, not the way that you would expect.
No, he was just a guy with a mask on.
A little disappointed, quite frankly.
Yeah, he could have been better. Alex Leatherwood.
Really?
It's a pretty good pick.
Wow. Okay.
Family is excited. I love to see it.
I thought Leatherwood might be around when the Ravens pick, because now we have a gaping hole at tackle.
So here's the funny thing. Washington is about to be on the clock in just a moment after Miami picks. And in my Madden franchise that I haven't been playing in a little while, but I imported the actual 2021 draft class, and I got both Zaven Collins and Alex Leatherwood with Washington in the draft.
Oh, wow.
And here they are going 2 and 3 picks ahead of Washington in the real draft. So a little disappointed that we're not getting either of them, but because I would have loved for Washington to, with Zaven Collins off the board, I would have liked for us to go after Leatherwood. Now I'm thinking, if we really want to go offensive line, we could with Tevin Jenkins or Christian Darrisaw, but at this point, I'd rather us go linebacker.
Okay.
I think it would be a bit of a reach to go after either of those offensive linemen. That is also
on our bingo card here.
What's that?
How disappointed are you? Are you like crushed or just a little?
I'm not crushed.
Oh, okay.
I'll be crushed if we don't take a linebacker at this point. I'll be pretty upset about that.
Okay.
By the way, we are now past the halfway point of the first round of the draft.
And it's only an hour until we get to 11:30. So I think that's an easy one. Question. One thing I do want to discuss. What do you feel are the football team's team needs that you feel like that are most glaring, need to be addressed in the draft?
Quarterback.
Since they're about to pick soon.
Quarterback.
Okay. I mean,
there's nothing they can do about that now. Yeah. I do think that they could use some more help at the second level of the defense. Obviously, the defensive line's great. We know all about that. But they could use a little bit of help stuffing the run a little bit and covering the middle area of the field a little bit more. Offensive line could use some love too. It's not quite what it once was. Obviously, Trent Williams no longer being there. I don't know what I haven't really kept up with what Brandon Scherf's status is. Has he been resigned or is he gone?
I believe that they've exercised some sort of an option. I don't remember if they put the franchise. I think they might have put the franchise tag on him.
They might have tagged him. Okay. Yeah,
with the intention, hopefully, of signing him to a longer term deal.
One would hope you wouldn't use a franchise tag on a guard or a tackle for something where you're just gonna have him for one more year.
Yeah, normally not.
You would hope it's okay. We're gonna take care of you right now, and then we're gonna get you taken care of later, so that you'll be a part of the team for the duration. Instead of, hey, you're a 1-year rental on the offensive line, not the place to be just filling in gaps with one guy for a year.
Yeah. ESPN's draft predictor is saying that there would have been a 60% chance of Alex Leatherwood still being available at pick 46, which I have to assume is the next Raiders pick. So I guess they're arguing they could have gotten him later. I don't know if that's necessarily the
Yeah.
case though, because he was probably the next, offensive lineman to go off the board, and there was gonna be somebody else to take an offensive lineman before 48.
Yeah. Yeah, like the Ravens. I don't think Leatherwood would have lasted until 46. Maybe ESPN's kind of trying to give a vibe that the Raiders might have reached a little bit.
Jalen Phillips to the Dolphins.
Oh, so Leatherwood was an SEC guy.
Yeah, he's an Alabama guy.
We already hit the offensive lineman threshold, so all right. I think I've got us covered here. Jalen Phillips. Okay,
Yep.
he's a defensive player from the ACC.
He's from
I
the
think
U,
there's
yep.
yeah, there's no chance we get to 17 defensive players.
Jalen Phillips was he's an edge guy. Former he's the guy, Evan, who you talked about earlier on our chat and said you didn't bother to look at his film because he
got hit by a car.
He had retired. He had a medical retirement from UCLA, and then
because he got hit by a car.
Yeah, he had 2 ankle injuries, 3 concussions. Transferred to Miami because he was actually going into like the music industry, but he was keeping himself in. He was getting himself back into football shape. Decided he could do it, and obviously you have to take that injury history into consideration, and that may be why he fell. But he is the best pure pass rusher in this draft, in my opinion. He doesn't rely on pure power. Very technically sound. He can play interior defensive line if needed. I mean, he has so many moves at his disposal. The only weakness for him is run defense, but as far as weaknesses go, it doesn't really concern me. I think that that's an excellent pick for them. I see him.
Florida State. What was that?
Yeah, what the heck just happened there?
That was a terrible play.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like Jalen Phillips. I think that he's going to be a really good player as long as he stays healthy. And yes, that could potentially be a big if, but I like that pick. With Washington getting set to go, I really like, I mentioned him earlier, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah from Notre Dame. He's got elite acceleration, which is good because he does occasionally show a bit of a slow reaction, but he makes up for that. And when he does diagnose plays quickly, he's absolutely devastating because of how quickly he can close on players. He's a great zone defender who can hold his own in man coverage. I mean, I watched film of him sticking with slot receivers, and that's rare for a linebacker to be able to do that. That's a huge plus for him. The one knock, he's 6'1", 215, so he is a bit undersized. So he has trouble disengaging from blockers. But he's not the kind of guy who you're going to, line up on a straight blitz. When he does blitz, it's going to be a delayed blitz where he's going to be able to find the gap and is a little bit less likely to be held up by a blocker.
Okay, so the reason why I keep calling Micah Parsons Micah Thomas is because Micah Thomas played for Maryland's basketball team for a little bit before he transferred. He transferred recently. I was like, there's a Micah Thomas stuck in my head, and so every time I see the name, I think Micah Thomas. I'm like, nope, that's he's not relevant. Micah Parsons is very relevant though.
Oh, never heard of Mike Thomas.
Yeah, not much to hear about. He wasn't that good, but that name stuck in my head because I remember he was on the team for a little bit. So Corey, do you think that the team could decide to go with Christian Darrisaw or somebody like that as an offensive line option? Because we've been talking linebacker for him, but I mean, it's not the only place that they have.
Right. And they do have needed offensive line. And so I mentioned earlier, right after Alex Leatherwood was taken, that we could go with a guy like Christian Darrisaw or Tevin Jenkins out of Oklahoma State. because I do see good things in both of them. And if Washington decides they really need to focus on offensive line, which they do, they need to focus on offensive line and linebacker. They need both. And if they feel like there's more depth right now still remaining at linebacker, I'd be okay with them going with either of these guys. Tevin Jenkins he's got steel hands. If he gets a hold of you, you're not getting away. And he's great at using rushers' momentum to take them down. He also displays a good ability to be a power pass blocker. And then the guy you mentioned, Christian Darrisaw from Virginia Tech, he's got a really good mixture of finesse and power moves. He does have a tendency to open his hips a bit early, which allows edge rushers to get a more shallow curl into the pocket around him. But he makes up for that with an ability to redirect defenders with his hand placement. So, the hips thing can be coached up by a good coaching staff. I'd be okay with Washington going with either of them, but I got to say I would love to see them get a pure linebacker like Joke, or even maybe Jamin Davis. I think that's how his name is pronounced, from Kentucky.
Yeah. I agree, because I actually think that the linebacking depth is a little bit lighter. So I think that in the second round, you could still get some good offensive line players, whereas linebackers a little bit more thin.
I think linemen can be coached up a little bit more easily than linebackers.
That's probably true too. Yeah. All right. Well, Goodell's at the podium. We'll see what the team decides to do.
Yes, capital T, the T.
Jamin Davis from Kentucky, linebacker.
Okay. I'm okay with that. That's not my preferred of the two, but he's a good player.
I had him on my board as a first round linebacker, so
I did too.
So I'm good with it. All right, well, I'm gonna run real quick to grab something to drink. Now that the team has picked, I'll be back in like 30 seconds, I hope.
Okay.
So I'll let you fellas jabber jaw about whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
that's an SEC guy as well, and a defensive player. All right. Well, we're only at 5 out of the 17 defensive players, so that's not going to happen.
Well,
that's
in that
9
case,
SEC.
since I talked somewhat at length about let me close that about Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa and about the 2 offensive linemen still on the board. Let's talk a little bit about Jamin Davis. He's a really good zone defender. He's drawn comparisons to he looks, you see him on the replays if you're watching on ESPN right now. Evan, you're a little bit behind me, but he looks sort of like a safety playing linebacker. He has that build. He's 6'4", 234. He has those zone instincts. Uses his hands really well to disrupt opponents' vision. There was some film of him playing against Florida, and that's really probably the film that, if anything was going to put Davis over Koromoa, it was going to be that game against Florida, because he did a pretty good job against Kyle Pitts. He was defending him quite a bit, and Kyle Pitts usually got a step or two on him on his routes, which is to be expected. That's not really a knock on Davis. That's a plus on Pitts. But what Davis did a really good job of doing was, when he was beat by that step or two, he had good instincts for where the ball was coming from, the angle it was coming from, and he got his hands up into Kyle Pitts' face, making it difficult for him to even find the ball. He did benefit on a couple of those plays from poorly placed balls by Kyle Trask. A couple of them were Trask's fault. Most of them were because of pressure just getting to him. But he is a very versatile linebacker because of his coverage ability. So while I would have preferred us to go with Jeremiah, I like this pick. I'm good with this.
Okay. As long as that Washington defense is pretty stout already. So it just got even better. And it's kind of cool to see the team, in this case, take their strength and make it stronger. Oh, the Giants. Oh,
Well,
dear. What are they about to do?
If you're talking about the strength being defense, yes, but linebacker is not their strength at all. They have a severe weakness at linebacker right now, which is why I felt like that was so important. But yes, the defense as a whole, I think that this really makes a big difference because now you've got the middle, you've got a good player in the middle of that defense.
Well, the thing is, defense from year to year is so inconsistent in terms of performance.
Yeah.
You're going to better your chances by improving your depth and making every positional group stronger. Because you see a lot of teams get by one year and have a great defense just because they've got a great pass rush. But if you only do one thing really well, you can have an outstanding defense for a year, but teams figure you out. You've got to have talent at all three levels in order to sustain it.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay. Something you mentioned earlier, Eric, the Giants' offensive line last in pass block win rate. So, yeah,
Not very good.
Yeah, that's not what you want, to say the least.
So maybe they go after Darashar or Jenkins.
Who knows?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, apparently David Gettleman never trades back until today when he traded back. So.
Oh yeah, where is? Oh, there he is, right there.
David Gettleman does not have a great track record of doing anything right, so I'm unconfident in the Giants, to say the least.
Yeah.
So they're showing Kwity Paye right now.
Oh no.
Who I didn't have him ranked as one of my top edges. I mean, I definitely watched his film because I see him as a first round talent. But he was probably number 4 for me. And then I felt kind of bad saying that after I watched the story on him on NFL Network today. I mean, just the situation that his family came from, and they immigrated to, I believe they said Providence, Rhode Island, and they showed some footage of a speech that he gave when he committed to Michigan, just thanking his mom. And I mean, he broke down. His mom broke down. So it was like in front of a gym packed full of people watching their football players sign on signing day, and he got a standing ovation for like 5 minutes from the entire gym.
Oh wow!
So I mean, it seemed like everybody very much felt for his story. So obviously that doesn't really impact his on-field presence. I still think that he's probably the 4th of the edge guys for me. I would take Azeez Ojulari over Kwity Paye, but both of them are excellent prospects, and I'm pretty. I think I've been pretty on point with the order for my edge guys. Collins going before Phillips.
Yeah. I think I wrote some stuff about Kwity Paye. Very, very raw talent, relentless motor. Great in the run game, sure tackler, ferocious getting after quarterbacks up the middle, needs to work on outside pass rush moves a little bit.
I had the same thing. He's got good power moves at his disposal, but he doesn't have the best arc when he's making those outside rushes. So he's definitely a better interior rusher than he is an exterior rusher.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people have Kwity Paye. Some people have him as the best edge rusher in the draft class. So it's not like you can really go wrong making that selection, especially at this point. It's just a matter of preference.
Yeah,
but
and he could be because as far as the arc that he was taking, generally speaking, you don't really like to see your edge rushers try to make like 90-degree angles around offensive linemen. But if the offensive lineman gives you that angle, it does shorten your distance to the quarterback, and he was still getting the quarterback. So it may have just been that he saw that he was beating the lineman. But if that's something that he just does instinctively, he's going to run into people. So they took Kadarius Toney instead. You got some Giants fans there like, what?
Are they booing? Is there booing?
I don't hear them, but I saw one guy like putting his arms up like, wait a second, what?
I can believe they did that, but what? What? What qualifies as audible laughter for a pick? Because
oh dear.
This is not quite to the level of Jordan Love last year.
Jordan Love, I didn't even laugh. I was completely.
I'm pretty
stunned.
sure I laughed.
You might have laughed. I
I'm
don't
pretty
even know if
sure
I laughed.
I
I was
laughed.
like,
The
what?
Giants.
I'll have to join Hugh and check the tape from last year, but I'm pretty sure I laughed.
I mean, I had Kadarius Toney on my list as players to watch, but I had him as a second-round pick. I got Rondale Moore and Rashad Bateman ahead of him as a receiver. Certainly not somebody that I think the Giants should go after, given their needs on defense.
I don't get this. This is. Didn't you say, Eric, something about piling onto the sinking garbage barge of Daniel Jones or something like that?
Yes.
You know.
That's my personal opinion on Danny Dimes. I don't think he can play, but I feel like they'd be better suited not trying to make that work because it's not going to because he stinks. And the thing is, I don't really honestly. I think the Giants at receiver aren't that bad. I mean, I think that Evan Ingram's a huge bust. He's a Kate Upton, but that guy stinks. Despite the fact that Evan had him as our number 2 fantasy.
He was supposed to be good.
End.
Okay.
He's got no hands. He cannot catch the football.
Well, that's not my fault. He can't catch the ball.
Well, you should have known better.
Yeah, probably. All right, so let's see. We laugh at the team's pick. Oh dear, that wasn't
All
very
right,
good.
so what are the Colts team needs right now? Would we say?
Maybe
What was that, Eric?
It's a quarterback. It's mean, but true.
I'm counting that as booing as well.
Wait, who booed?
The Giants fans were like,
Did they boo though? I don't know.
I heard booing.
All right, well, if Evan heard
Hear
booing,
what
then
you
we'll go
want
with
to
it.
Evan is the authority on booing here. Let's take a look.
Yeah. Let's see. We that was our 5th pass catcher as well.
I'm figuring there'll be a couple more off the board before the end of the night.
I didn't think Kadarius Toney would be one of them.
No, I did not either, but I figured there'd be a couple more picked. Oh my god. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I don't quite get that one, to be perfectly honest. I get the sense there is a bingo in play this year.
I think Sam is not paying super close attention to our conversation because his last 2 messages we talked about, he said the Giants also needed O-linemen. Their O-line was terrible in pass block win percentage last year, which I believe Eric had.
No, Evan had.
Oh, Evan had that.
Well, I was just reading it off the screen, but Eric had that.
Okay, if neither of you guys want to take ownership, then I'll say I had it.
I mean, yeah. Well, Eric had it. I was just seconding his point. But with just the Giants, what?
But yeah, I don't know what that move was. They've got receivers. They don't have great receivers, but they've got plenty of them, and I don't think that Kadarius Toney necessarily moves the needle for that core.
I don't care if you have 5 Jerry Rices at receiver. If you can't block, you're not going to be able to get him the ball.
Yeah, and Corey, you said it yourself. The Giants have receivers. They don't have great ones. Well, Kadarius Toney ain't a great one either. So, I mean, it's just adding another maybe pretty good receiver.
Maybe they should have drafted a guy like Odell Beckham Jr. Oh, wait, they did, and they sent him up the road.
So I did see that Nate Burleson actually did a breakdown of him, and so I watched that because I love Nate Burleson on Good Morning Football, and he loves him. He called him the most versatile receiver in the draft. So there is that. I didn't really see it to that level. I mean, watching his video, they're showing highlights, and based on that video, he looks like he has elite speed out of his cuts. He looks like, he makes it look like defenders who are in position aren't in position. He's got good straight line speed. He uses his speed effectively and leverages defenders' body positioning well. I mean, it showed all of that in the highlight package that Good Morning Football used as Nate Burleson was singing his praises. But when I watched some of the other film of him, I didn't see all of that. I saw that was a very inconsistent thing for him. He had those moments, otherwise it doesn't show up on the highlight reels. But I saw just as many plays in the film study that suggested that that's not what you can't expect that to be him on a play-by-play, game-by-game basis. So I don't see this as a pick that really boosts their receiver core much, if at all.
Yeah, I just wonder, is this guy a special player? Right, like
he could be.
He doesn't seem like a needle mover.
He could be, but I don't see him being one day one. I don't see him as a day one difference maker.
I don't see how he improves their team as much as a different player could have.
Sam asks, would it be fair to say that Tony is a poor man's Percy Harvin?
I was thinking Percy Harvin as well.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comparison. I hadn't really thought about a player comparison for him, but I think that's a fair one.
All right, apparently the Colts pick is in.
Yep, and this software for this graphic is being very slow in creating these, so we may not get the 20th one up in time.
Oh. We have a ticker, right?
Yeah, we do, but I have to update it every time and then export it, and it takes a little bit of time to export it. Just got the 20th one, so let me see if I can get that in here in time.
Okay. Let's see.
Try.
When are I feel like aren't the Saints coming up soon, Eric? No.
Yeah, they got a few to go.
Oh, they're after the Ravens. Never mind. I thought they were picking like 24th or something like that. I feel like the Colts are a team that doesn't have a lot of needs. Like maybe wide receiver or something, because like T.Y. Hilton's not getting any younger or healthier. Their offensive line is good. They have an alleged good quarterback.
Well, we'll see. Picks in.
Yeah. I like their defense. Oh, this guy's got a Tony Quiddy Pay. No.
I did just get the 20th one in. So there you go.
Evan, you are at that point, just like last year, where you wanted all these guys that were going, but you got Patrick Queen. That was a great pick.
That should have been on our bingo board. Evan gets upset over players he wants getting picked before the Ravens because the Ravens were too good to have an early pick.
Well, that is on our bingo board. One of us gets disappointed that a player didn't go to his favorite team.
Oh, well, we already had that because we didn't get Zaven Collins to Washington.
I didn't count that.
I'm disappointed. Oh. I'm disappointed the Saints didn't get Trevor Lawrence, so there you go.
I mean, that's not realistic, though. Like, jeez.
There were talks that the Saints were interested in trading up towards the top 10.
Trading up with what?
I don't know.
They already traded up to get Davenport, right?
You keep asking these questions like it matters about the Saints. They have endless resources to make this happen somehow. I don't know how they do what they do.
Do they, though?
I don't ask questions.
Do they really?
Are they using like a draft capital credit card or something and they're borrowing against air?
I am a mob wife as a fan, okay? Whatever they're doing, I don't want to know about it. Just keep doing it, you know? Keep bringing home the bacon and I'm good, you know?
Unbelievable.
Oh, goodness.
But clearly they did not trade up because they didn't get any of the good quarterbacks. Or Mac Jones.
Wow.
That was a roast.
Yes. Burn. That's brutal.
You better have Burn Heal. Oh, man.
I don't get that one.
That's from Pokemon. You ever play Pokemon?
Oh. No, not a Pokemon guy.
So we're down to the final 11 picks of the first round. No running backs yet, but we didn't really expect a running back to go this early.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Steelers going to pick Najee Harris?
That's what I've been hearing. I don't know. I mean, I feel like...
Wouldn't be a terrible pick for them.
Yeah. I don't know. The Steelers might have a lot of issues. I question whether the Steelers, like the Falcons, are they willing to admit what their issues are? Like the Falcons have so many problems, especially on defense. The Steelers, their quarterback is, younger than Tom Brady, but got more mileage than Tom Brady somehow. Their offensive line went from one of the best in the league to one of the worst, seemed like overnight.
Yeah, that's the big.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. So I feel like running back, that's sort of like, the last puzzle piece. Right?
Your
Like
father says that
the
the Steelers
things.
should go offensive line.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I feel like the Steelers had one of the best offensive lines in the league for like a decade straight.
Yeah,
and so
it's a big
how many
reason
all
why
pros-
running backs have always been so good. I mean, not to take anything away
Yeah.
from Le'Veon Bell when he was in his prime in Pittsburgh, but when he went down, everybody who came in to take his place did well.
Le'Veon Bell sat there and danced around behind the line for like 2 seconds every play, longer than he needed to, and he got away with that silly style of running because his offensive line was amazing. I mean, everybody acts like, oh my God, look how patient he is. I'm like, look how good his offensive line is. He can wait. Most players just have to hit the hole and take the 4-yard gain. Le'Veon Bell could, and guess what? It didn't work in New York. You know why? Because their offensive line wasn't very good. But anyway, the Steelers' offensive line was really good for a while, and it suddenly got bad. I think a lot of people slept on that. Like, everybody was talking about how awful Ben was last year down the stretch.
He didn't help.
He was not very good, but a big note about the Steelers was that they couldn't run the ball anymore. And a big part of the reason, it wasn't like James Conner suddenly stopped being able to run the ball. It was because their offensive line went off a cliff. So it's
I don't
definitely something they
understand
need
why
to address.
they had Villanueva, DeCastro, and Pouncey, who were all pros and all this and all that. And then it just, poof, went away. What happened?
Well, Pouncey's been around for an eternity. He played with Tim Tebow in college, didn't he?
Yeah, it was both the Pounceys, Tim Tebow, and Aaron Hernandez on that same Florida team.
And Riley Cooper.
Yeah, Riley Cooper, I was just going to say.
And Percy
And
Harvin.
Riley Cooper.
And Percy Harvin was there, too.
Yeah, and they won the national championship. If not 2 national championships.
Well,
Am I confusing that with Florida's basketball team? They won 2 championships.
they won 2. And the Florida's basketball team won 2 in a row. Tebow was on a national championship team, and he kind of came in as that fullback / quarterback goal line guy. But he wasn't the starting. Yeah, but he wasn't the starting quarterback. But everybody's like, oh, he won 2 national championships. I'm like, yeah, that's a stretch.
Well, I mean, Adam Morrison won 2 NBA championships,
Yes, he did. He's got 2 rings.
Yeah, obviously he's better than he's way better than Charles Barkley. So
JaVale McGee has 3 championship rings.
JaVale McGee.
The Titans pick is in.
All right, let's see.
Now that they're almost out of time.
Yeah, they were taking their sweet time. I feel like the Titans' defense fell off a cliff last year too. I think they need some help rushing the passer for sure.
Well,
I think they need a running back.
Jadeveon Clowney.
This guy's got a mask that says, "Please give the ball to Derrick Henry."
I think they need a running back so that Eric gets fewer carries from Derrick Henry.
Oh,
I'm not sold that I'm keeping Derrick. Actually, I'm keeping Derrick Henry. But
I was going to say.
I don't have
Yes,
anybody.
yes, you are. Oh.
Well, they did just lose Corey Davis and Jonnu Smith, so their pass catching options are less than ideal, although A.J. Brown is pretty damn good.
Any chance that we see another tight end go in the first round?
I can't see
I
it.
can't even name another tight end.
I didn't even write one
Pat
down.
Freiermuth from Penn State. He's a more traditional tight end, good blocker, good hands. He's the guy who's going to find and sit in the soft spots in the flat and shallow middle of the field, but he's not going to run the routes that Kyle Pitts does.
I feel like I could get the guy you just mentioned anytime.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, so maybe
Yeah,
like
the guy you
first round
just
pick on
mentioned, he
that.
works at Target. Like, you can get him anytime.
That sounds like Josh Hill. I mean, like, come on.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, I wrote down the top 50 guys regardless of position. But I did break them out by position. I only have one tight end. That was Kyle Pitts.
Oh, I'm nervous. The Ravens-Titans rivalry is
It's heating up again. Yeah, it's a throwback to 20 years ago. Goodell's at the podium. We got Viking fans dancing, even though it's not their turn. There we go. Now we got.
Well, it is their turn. They're currently on the clock.
No,
their
the
pick's
Vikings
not being announced.
Right. The Vikings are on the clock. The Titans' pick is in, but
I don't want to see their fans dancing until they get a pick in. Come on.
That's fair. I'm just saying, like the clock has
picked.
Started on the Vikings.
Are they playing Sweet Caroline?
God, I hope
don't
not.
know.
I'm glad I don't have the volume on for that. Jeez.
They are playing Sweet Caroline. Oh, jeez.
Terrible song. Caleb Farley.
It's so catchy.
That's a good pick.
Farley.
That's a good pick. I think that's a good pick.
Defensive back. Their defensive backs were lacking.
Yeah, it's a position of need, and I think Caleb Farley's a good player.
Okay. That is a tremendous relief. Oh, this makes me so nervous. Come on. What?
When did the Ravens pick? 26th?
27.
Oh, man. Why are you guys so far back?
Because they were good.
Yeah.
They weren't that good, were they? I mean...
We went to the divisional round.
Yeah, but the Bills had a better record than the Ravens, didn't they?
No, I thought that the Jets had the 23rd pick.
The Jets traded the 23rd pick. They traded back because they had the 14th pick.
Right. I thought they traded the 14th to the Vikings to get the 23rd.
Because
that's what I've apparently had in our ticker this whole time, so I need to fix that.
Maybe they've messed it up. I wouldn't trust them yet. Although they were showing the fans dancing, so that could be a thing. Let's take a look.
This guy makes good plays. Virginia Tech, really?
Yeah, he can play. He's a good player.
Okay. And he's not Fuller, right? Virginia Tech has like 100 guys named Fuller just all in a row.
Yes,
there's a Georgia Tech highlight. Well, this doesn't count. This isn't a real game. Oh, that pass was terrible. Really?
I don't want to see. I don't feel compelled to see cuts to a bunch of old white people celebrating a successful draft pick. That's not what draft day is about to me. I want to see the guys.
So yeah, as I mentioned, I only got a chance to look at film of 2 cornerbacks, and this was not one of them. So I don't know if you guys got a chance to watch.
I didn't look at him either. I watched Surtain and J.C. Horn.
So I saw some people's optimistic grades on Caleb Farley were that he was on the same level as Horn and Surtain. I didn't see that. I don't think he didn't jump off the page like that. But I think he's going to be a legit corner for a long time in the NFL. He's a good player.
Okay.
He's very fundamentally sound. He's got good traits. He's got good athleticism. He's going to be what the Titans need, I think. Now, they got a lot of needs on defense. It's not just that their secondary was bad. They also didn't have a pass rush. But, they can address that in other ways maybe. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do there.
Yeah.
Apparently the Vikings pick is in. I guess we'll find out what that is when we get done with Peyton Manning and Brad Paisley here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's see. There's some other stuff. Kind of want to talk. Let's see. We talked about the football team, the bingo card. I guess let's just go ahead and talk. Well, let's go ahead and talk Ravens. Why not? We can throw in some other stuff in. The Ravens. So something that has blown up on Baltimore sports fans Twitter was Bucky Brooks was on TV.
Yeah, on first speaking
after
for yourself.
The draft, talking about the Ravens could get rid of Lamar Jackson and just easily replace him because they could It could take a collegiate approach to the quarterback position. They could cash in on Justin Fields. Well, that's not going to happen. And then maybe they operate like a college team. One quarterback graduates, the other quarterback steps into the starter's role. You have the opportunity to keep a starting quarterback potentially on a young deal, build up the rest of the assets, and then play smash mouth football the way that they play and continue to build a better team around the quarterback. It's something to think about. This is a good idea sort of in fantasy land and stuff. Like, this works when you're, when
you're making it up as you go. And
when you're making it up as you go.
There's no actual consequences for your bad decisions. Yeah, right, that's great.
Yeah, but like you're deliberately and blatantly not giving Lamar enough credit for being a special player, right? When you just say, you can just get to him and roll another one in here. Like that's not a thing.
Right.
That's not what you do with quarterbacks. If you find a good quarterback, you don't just let him leave. You certainly don't send him away. This is utterly absurd, and it made me physically angry to hear this. Like, what, I mean, obviously, the guy in the Lamar Jackson jersey defending Lamar Jackson, big surprise. But like, this is complete foolishness, garbage on fire. Like, what are you even talking about? This isn't how the NFL works. People don't graduate, right? They retire after decades if they're really good, but you don't just like, we can get somebody cheaper than you at the quarterback position. Like, the whole Ravens team is built around Lamar Jackson and the special skills and abilities that he has. So you can't just go to the Lamar Jackson store and get a new Lamar Jackson. Like, that doesn't work. So the whole premise of this thought.
So this is not like Rick
sense.
and Morty, where you can just go to the Morty store and get yourself a new one.
No, it is not. It's funny because he was on Speak for Yourself talking about this and kind of saying similar things. And Marcellus Wiley was like, "Wait a second, Bill Polian, take that mask off." I was just like,
Bill Polian. Yes, Bill Polian.
All right, Goodell's at the podium.
That's
the
a good
Vikings
one. I like
pick.
that. That's funny.
What's the
Vikings are
Vikings
fired
need?
up. Christian Darrisaw, offensive tackle. There you go.
I did watch his highlight a bit. He didn't seem like he was, maybe it's just what I saw, but he just seemed like a guy who plays sports in college who's just big. He didn't seem like he was quick or nimble or agile. He seemed kind of lumbering to me. Maybe I'm misconstruing something, but yeah, I didn't see it from him. I need to look a little closer, but it didn't seem like he was the guy.
I mean, this is one of those guys I talked about a little bit earlier. He has that. He has the power and finesse moves at his disposal. But he was the one that I talked about. He has a bad tendency of opening his hips too quickly. And while that's something that can be coached at the NFL level, that's going to, cause some issues day one against elite edge rushers that the NFL has to offer, because they're going to eat him for breakfast. They're going to get around him into the pocket very quickly. When I talked about Kwity Paye as a guy that my knock on him was that he tends to take too sharp of a cut sometimes on those edge rushes, it was sometimes because the offensive lineman opened his hips too much and opened that option up to Paye. And that's basically what Darrisaw did a lot of times. So that's going to be something that is a concern. But he's got good hands, and he has a good ability to redirect defenders just using their momentum.
Well, Darrisaw is probably a good pick for the Vikings because his skills are definitely fit for that zone running scheme that Gary Kubiak likes to employ, and that they use the hell out of now with Dalvin Cook. I mean, it's cut from the same cloth as Mike Shanahan and basically passed down to that offense. That's kind of become a big part of what they do. So he's really a good fit for them while obviously he's not as good as the guys that we saw at the earlier part of the draft, he's got the right skill sets to fit that offense in particular, which makes him more appealing for a team like the Vikings.
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in.
That turned that one around pretty quickly. Probably because they knew they were picking a running back.
Could be.
I mean, maybe. No, I don't know. See the highlights in the background. There's a lot of Ravens highlights in there. It's not good.
So, question then is, who did the Jacksonville Jaguars take at 25? They got their quarterback in Trevor Lawrence.
Kind of a team that needs everything, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, they only won one game, and the game they had no business winning.
They won the first game of the season.
Yeah, the first game of the year. We were all saying
that.
the Colts stink.
Absolutely nothing after that. They were the second team in NFL history to start 1-0 and finish 1-15.
Who's the other one?
I forget off the top of my head. I just remember that there was like a list of 5 or 6 teams who have gone 1-15 in NFL history, and I think there had been one other one. Might have been a Miami team or something that went 1-0.
It wasn't the 07 Miami team because they beat the Ravens in November.
Okay.
Yep.
But I think Miami might have 2 seasons where they went 1-15.
Goodell's at the podium.
Yes, he is.
Well, he's not at the podium yet for me.
Najee Harris, there he is, running back. We did it. Yay.
All right, that is our 11th SEC player and our first-round running back. So that is 2 crossings off. Najee Harris.
Check it up on the fantasy baseball team today. Cedric Mullins scored 2 points for me today. That was a nice little pickup.
You realize that talking about that score on here, anybody who plays fantasy baseball regularly is going to be like 2 points is nothing.
Oh, yeah, but for us, it's like the equivalent of, what, 4?
Yeah, in a normal league, it's about we basically halved most of the scoring for our league.
Yeah, well, 4 points in a day for...
So we don't need 250, 300 points in a week. That's overkill. You don't need that.
I mean, it was weird at first to see, hey, home run, 2 points. I was like, wow, it seems like it should be more than that.
It's not, but it's not 2 points.
You also get the run and the RBI.
Yeah, it's 3 points. Usually it'd be 6. So, yeah, I mean, it's halved.
Why did Jacob deGrom lose a point for taking a loss yesterday?
Because he took a loss.
So, Sam, no, we do not have a bingo yet. But we still got some time.
No, still no bingo, but it's getting crowded. We're getting close.
We're getting close. And one of my students, Kevin Alvarez, is watching.
Oh, wow.
Asks about our opinion on Washington taking John Davis. So we talked about that a little bit earlier, but we can talk about it again. I liked the pick. I thought that Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah was probably the better of the 2 linebacker prospects still on the board. But Davis is a really good coverage linebacker. Looks sort of like a safety playing linebacker, so he's probably not going to be an MLB. We're probably not going to play him in the middle, which we desperately need a good middle linebacker. But, he's going to be a really good outside linebacker for us, I think. He uses his hands well to disrupt opponent's vision. He had a really good game against Florida defending Kyle Pitts. So I'm good with that pick for Washington. I think it definitely addresses a position of need. If we hadn't gone linebacker, we needed to go offensive line. But, Eric and I both agreed earlier that linebacker is probably the thinner of the 2 positions, and it's probably also the more difficult one to develop players at. So I was happy with that pick.
Yeah, I was in the same boat. I didn't mind at all. The thing is, we also have to realize that if we're deciding between one player who we think is good and one player we might think is a little bit better, the team that's making the draft pick has their own process. They talk to these players. They also have a better idea of what their needs are specifically for what the scheme they are is, what they run, and things like that. Whereas we obviously know something about what Washington does because we watch them on a regular basis, our evaluations, or at least mine, is primarily based off of what I've seen on tape and things like that, and maybe some scouting reports that I've read that's a more general view of the players. So there might be situations where in a vacuum, player A is better than player B, but maybe for this specific team, player B is a little bit better of a fit.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I think that's a fair point. When you've got two prospects who are fairly, I don't want to say similar because they have different playing styles, different strengths and weaknesses, but are roughly on the same level. I think you can allow the teams to make the final call between those, considering they're the ones who have to live with the decision.
Yeah, you just don't want to see somebody getting picked and you're like, who? Like we
Right.
did with the Giants.
Well, right, exactly,
Wait,
like the Giants.
wait, where's that guy on my call?
We know who he is, but we were not expecting his name to show up at that point in the draft. Not at all.
I have a select group of guys where I'm thinking, okay, this guy could be picked, and then all of a sudden a name pops up. I'm like, wait, he's not anywhere near this part of the draft for me. What's going on? It's always a little bit bizarre. And, in my experience, those picks don't usually work out.
I just think the Giants' strategy, their process for building their team is just questionable.
Yeah.
Like you build it from the inside out, front to back, right? You start with your line and then go backward. You start with your interior and go out. And they have a quarterback that they think is good that we don't think is any good, but they think he's good. They have all these receivers and a tight end, but their defense is garbage.
Yeah, that could be part of it, though, is that they feel like they have to get a good year from Daniel Jones offensively, even if the defense stinks.
Where are they going to get one of those from?
I don't know, but it's their job on the line. They drafted Daniel Jones much to mockery from people like us and Baker Mayfield, where they couldn't believe that they made that selection. Well, they kind of have to prove it was a good selection, although you look at it, he's certainly having a better career than Dwayne Haskins, but,
that's not hard to do.
Not hard to do at all. I believe, wasn't Drew Lock drafted in that draft class, but he's like a second-round pick, I believe.
Something like that, yeah.
And wasn't there a third first-round pick that year? Oh, Kyler Murray was the number 1 overall pick, yeah. So, obviously, he's significantly better than all of the above.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just have some questions about the Giants' decision-making. Like, we can sort of quibble back and forth with picking one guy over another, but position by position, when you have objectively glaring needs on one part of your team and you just ignore it, I think it doesn't take an expert to consider that a mistake.
Kevin Alvarez also says he can't believe the Cowboys and Eagles traded with each other. Eric, you probably have you tend to have a more specific memory than I do on some of these things. But I don't feel like draft pick trading between division rivals is really that uncommon.
It's just not something I pay much attention to because, in this situation, I don't think it really didn't mean much. But I mean,
well, it potentially does in terms of the Cowboys allowing the Eagles to move up to get a player who they want, and you could potentially play defense in that situation and say, yeah, no, I'm not going to let you get the player you want because that's bad for me. But I see these kinds of trades pretty frequently, I feel like.
Yeah, but the thing is, even the whole playing defense from the Eagles means, that we just allowed the Eagles to get the guy they wanted instead of maybe the Giants getting him. So, I mean, it's kind of who cares?
Yeah,
it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. So you might as well get some capital out of it by trading back, getting the guy you wanted all along, and then getting an extra pick out of it. That's sort of the business model. In football, I feel like certain players you don't trade within the division, but we also saw Andy Reid absolutely fleece the football team with Donovan McNabb that one time. So, it's not like it's impossible to see, division rivals do business. It's just in this situation, it really was such a menial amount that I guess the Eagles were scared of the Giants, so they're willing to work with the Cowboys. It's unusual, but it's not a crisis by any means. It's not like, oh my God, I can't believe you just did something like that.
What did the Eagles get for Donovan McNabb?
Oh, Goodell is in the chair.
Oh boy,
the chair's empty.
They couldn't find a Jags fan.
They already had one Jags fan. Couldn't they bring that
so
person
far
back?
behind. Another running back.
Oh.
Are you? Wow.
Travis Etienne?
They drafted his teammate.
Yep.
Oh.
Huh.
That's dumb.
I
That's
like Evan's
puzzling.
reaction there. I think that's the perfect reaction. Just, huh.
Why would you?
It's like, interesting.
Why? I don't get that pick.
I don't get it
Right,
either.
like they've got James Robinson. He was fantastic last year.
He was awesome.
I don't see any reason why they need to replace him.
I think you're a little... I mean, I agree with you, Corey, but I think you're a little biased on your James Robinson love because, you love James Robinson.
You're
I
biased
don't
on your
disagree.
James Robinson love because you love James Robinson. That is some excellent logic there, Evan.
Yeah,
Circular.
I
Right,
work for the Department of Redundancy Department, obviously.
It's like
I'm just
it's like
saying,
when you
like,
define infatuation with infatuation.
Yeah. Well, are you not infatuated?
James
What does
Robinson
it
was a really
mean to
good
be
player last year.
infatuated?
What I'm trying to say is that you like him so much because he did so well for your fantasy team.
But he
That's why you
didn't.
think
I
he's
didn't
so
have
good.
him on my fantasy team.
He didn't? Yes, you did.
I might have had him on my fantasy team in your league. I don't keep track of who I had on my teams year to year in those leagues.
Oh my goodness.
Like I care about it in the moment, but once the season ends, like I don't keep track of who I had because it's a redraft league. Like why should I care the specific players I had the year before in a redraft league? Like that really only matters in a keeper league to me.
Okay. They're comparing ETN to Alvin Kamara.
I don't know about all that.
Feels a little bit of a stretch. I mean, if they're just saying he's a dual threat running back, yeah, so are a lot of people. Alvin Kamara is a unique.
Najee Harris is a dual
threat.
threat running back. Even Javonte Williams is a dual threat running back. He's a bigger guy. You wouldn't necessarily look at him and think, oh, he's a really good pass catcher, but he is. He's an excellent pass catcher.
When you see Travis Etienne doing the goofy workouts that Alvin Kamara does, then you can compare them because those are always must-see YouTube TV, if you will, because they're just so weird looking.
Must-see YouTube TV.
Yeah, because
they're usually online.
Because that's the thing with ETN is if you're just comparing the type of running back, I mean, sure, but not every. But there are plenty of running backs in the NFL today who are of the same archetype as Alvin Kamara. None of them do what Alvin Kamara does.
Alvin Kamara has a unique skill set that hasn't been seen in the NFL for a long, long time. His balance, his elusiveness, he's an unbelievable player. He's on the Hall of Fame track. A late first-round pick from Clemson should not be compared to Alvin Kamara. That feels unfair to him.
Yeah, if you're talking about balance,
we were already comparing Mac Jones to Tom Brady. So.
The running back in this draft class who I think has the best balance is Javonte Williams.
We got a guy in a pumpkin.
Travis Etienne has great body control. He shows really good vision in traffic. And he does have good balance, but I wouldn't put his balance on the same level as Alvin Kamara. I'm not even sure that he necessarily has this. I'm not even sure Etienne has the same balance as Javonte Williams.
Javonte Williams went to North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Right. He didn't have very good blockers, and he still found a way to get through people. Kept his feet.
You know who else? You know who else went to North Carolina?
Michael
Mitch
Jordan.
Trubisky. No, I was gonna say Mitch Trubisky, but same thing. Both guys were great. Hey, MVP baby. It's still on there.
Trubisky is forever the MVP.
I periodically check on Football Reference to see if it's still there. It is. I love it.
It'll never go away.
It's a legitimate award.
Yes.
He won.
If that ever goes away, I will send a letter to Pro Football Reference.
A sternly worded letter.
Yes, absolutely.
I absolutely
love it.
love
Browns pick is in, so the Ravens are on the clock. Yeah. After we find out what the Browns pick is, as soon as we get done looking at Pumpkinhead guy.
Pumpkinhead guy's got some size though. He's pretty tall, all elbows and knees, but he's taller than Goodell.
He's got shoulder pads on.
Who are the Browns going to take? Because they don't have that many needs.
The
either.
Browns don't need anything.
And maybe a little bit of secondary help, but
They have Greedy Williams.
Hmm.
I was a big fan of Greedy Williams when he was in college. And Grant Delpit.
yeah, they're getting Grant Delpit back because he missed the whole season last year with the ACL. So, I mean, that's pretty good looking roster the Browns have there, man.
Yeah. And they have a third place schedule this year, too. Who's the pick? Who is the pick?
Well, we're having a guest picker here, so
Oh, this is driving me crazy.
Sam brings up an interesting point on the Jaguars pick
Oh.
that we can talk about in just a moment.
once we get the
Let's see
Browns
who the
pick
Browns
real
take.
quick.
Well, I wanted to talk to Ravens needs, but as soon as we hear from... Okay.
Greg
Who's the
Newsome, cornerback. I think that's a good pick.
Oh, okay. So the guys who I wanted, some of the guys are still here. So great. You said Greg Newsome?
Yeah,
Yep.
Greg Newsome II from
He's
Northwestern.
he's at Northwestern. He was a big part of the reason why that Northwestern defense was as good as it was, because they were getting after it this season.
Okay. Yeah, Northwestern was pretty good. Okay.
Probably
I was
won't
gonna
have
say-
that one exported in time for it to come up on our, since we're already at number
All right.
22 right now, or 23.
Well, Corey, you mentioned
24 actually.
Sam had something about
Yes.
Travis Etienne.
Yeah, so he mentioned that Urban Meyer likes to run the ball, and having a good 1-2 punch at running back will help Trevor ease his way into the NFL and take pressure off him having to make big plays every down. I mean, I think that that's a fair point. I just don't know if I would spend a first-round draft pick on a position that's as replaceable as running back. I mean, yes, Etienne is a fantastic athlete, and he's better than probably any other running back that was still available at this point. I mean, I've heard some people say that Javonte Williams could be ahead of him. I would not put Williams ahead of him. But you could get another running back in the third round. You can get running backs in the sixth round who will be fine. I mean, hell, James Robinson was undrafted last year, and look what he did. If you've got good scouts and you know what you're looking at, you can find other good running backs and use that draft capital for a position of need that has much less depth available.
Yeah, honestly, the ETN picks feels a little bit like the Clyde Edwards-Helaire pick last year. I didn't really like it. Everybody was like, "Oh my God, the Chiefs just got one more weapon." I'm like, "Yeah, so." Who cares? He's a running back.
Yeah.
Every time you run the ball, you're sub-optimizing your offense because you're not letting Patrick Mahomes throw it.
Yeah,
so.
and then what happened, Eric?
Yeah.
He had a great week one, and you looked like a fool. And then what happened after that?
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't that great. And even that week one, though, his DVOA was actually terrible because he got stuffed on the goal line 6 times.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Which is
Like,
frustrating.
He played well in that week just on the stat sheet and when he had space, but when he was down the goal line, he had to get, it was very clear he was a small guy playing very small.
Yeah, and the thing is,
And not in
I
a
feel
get
like
skinny and get through the line kind of small.
and it's nothing against Clyde Edwards-Helaire because I watched him in college. He was great, and I still think he's a really talented player. But the Chiefs' running attack was just as effective with Damian Williams the previous year. So it just kind of felt like, I know it was a luxury pick for them. They were defending Super Bowl champions. But this idea that adding a running back who's pretty dynamic is going to just make your offense that much better, it doesn't really work out that often. I mean, look at Christian McCaffrey, who puts up amazing numbers when he's healthy. In 2019, he had one of the best individual seasons we've seen in a long time, and the offense was still terrible. So, I mean, it just doesn't move the needle that much unless – and again, it's not his fault. He could be used in a way that makes the offense explosive, but as a singular player, he's not going to do it.
I mean, the Chiefs' offense was just as good with Le'Veon Bell.
Which,
Yeah, that tells you all you need to know about the running back position.
Yeah, because
the Ravens pick is in.
Yeah. So Evan, who are you hoping? Because you've been dodging bullets the last 5 or 6 picks.
Yeah, I wanted Kwity Paye. He's gone. I had Elijah Vera Tucker on here. He's gone. Rashad Bateman, wide receiver out of Minnesota.
One of my Eric, you might remember Ben Oldak. He played softball with us a couple times. He was a journalism guy with me at Maryland. He's a big Orioles fan, and he wants Bateman.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, Eric DeCosta said he was insulted this past week when people say that the Ravens don't have any receivers. I mean, Eric DeCosta, I know you've done a pretty good job so far, but
you don't.
Results-oriented business.
You don't.
Yeah. Okay, the results speak for themselves. The best receiver the Ravens have ever drafted was Torrey Smith, and he went over 950 yards in a season one time, and that's it. Nobody else has done that. So, it doesn't mean you stop taking swings, but we have to get the guy. It doesn't look like Marquise Brown is that guy. Need somebody who's, basically asking for Randy Moss, but need somebody who's big, who's fast, and who can catch the ball. Need somebody who's reliable when it's 3rd down and 10 at our own 20 with 2 minutes left to go in Pittsburgh and we're down by 4. Who we need that guy. Who's that guy we can count on?
So what you're saying is that you needed Jamar Chase or Jalen Waddle or Devontae Smith.
Yeah, or Jerry Rice or somebody like that. Exactly.
Okay. Well, you never know. There's usually somebody on this list that's going to pop after the first round. I mean, we saw it with a lot of guys the last few years have been Terry McLaurin was not a first-round pick, but he was definitely one of the better picks in that draft class. Certainly better than N'Keal Harry. So
yeah.
Sam says, makes you wish for Derek Mason, doesn't it, Evan?
Derek Mason, yeah. The Ravens had an all-time team vote, and somehow Derek Mason wasn't the number 1 receiver in Ravens history. I think they gave it to Torrey Smith.
Torrey Smith was good for the short time that he was with them.
Yeah, but
he's a great Twitter follow too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say he was like the best. Not better than Derek Mason. No.
All right, they're showing Elijah Moore.
What
some guy dressed up like a Swami.
He's wearing a onesie and some sort of a ring hat.
Looking like the guy for the Saints.
That was hideous.
There's Bateman. I think I'm behind you guys.
Ravens fans should be embarrassed that person just represented.
What is that getup?
That guy.
Rashad Bateman. Rashad Bateman's your man.
There you go.
Is it really?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
I'm turning the volume on.
Evan's not going to trust us until he actually sees it on his screen.
Just kidding. You drafted Richie Grant. Just kidding.
All righty. Here we go. All right. I like this tape. Let's see. What did I make notes? I think I took some notes. Rashad Bateman, hands catcher, speed, go-to guy, nose for the end zone, good route runner, catches 50-50 balls, physical at the catch point, clearly a special guy. All righty.
They just showed him cooking the Terps, so that's nice.
Oh, okay. Well, Georgia Tech's been cooked every single highlight. So, from the ACC.
It reminds me of Jameis Winston's Heisman highlight tape. And 40% of the tape was him lighting up Maryland. All right, my Saints are on the clock.
So I was a little bit surprised that Bateman wasn't already off the board because that's who I would have taken as the Giants instead of Kadarius Toney.
If you're going to take a receiver,
yeah. I really liked Bateman's film as well, Evan. He was a guy who opted out in 2020, but he was a third-team All-Pro in 2019. The one
All-Pro? What?
Or I'm sorry, All-American.
All-Conference?
I think it was a third-team All-American in 2019.
Okay.
So one of the interesting stats I saw on him was that on slot and dig routes in 2019, he had a 100% first down rate. So every
first downs.
single reception he made on slots and dig routes, he got a first down. He's got great sideline awareness. He's got solid footwork once he's running, and he's got good hands, as you said, Evan. The one thing that I didn't like was that he has a really bad tendency to do something I used to do as a distance runner, but it's much worse as a wide receiver, is he takes false steps off the line every time. So it takes him a little while to get into his routes. That's a pretty big downside, but everything else is there, and I was able to be coached up to not do that as a distance runner. There's no doubt he can be coached up to not do that.
Well, especially since the Ravens got a new wide receiver coach now that our old wide receiver coach is now the head coach of the Texans. So, yeah, I'm excited about this pick. I think, I mean, it was the guy that I wanted, you know, doing my air quotes research last night. You know, I read all the stuff I wrote down about him. So, yeah, I think this is good. Hopefully, you know, he can perform from day one, right? Because this team has championship aspirations, so there's not going to be really any time to, you know, find himself in Harbaugh's doghouse or you know, any sort of foolishness or anything like that. Like we need to get him his playbook tonight. Yeah, we gotta go. Yeah, this is great. The next biggest need I think the Ravens had was well, their main biggest need was pass rush, in my opinion. Then receiver, then offensive line, and then tight end. But pass rush, because like the Ravens' issue was, you know, on defense anyways, that they couldn't get off the field. They couldn't force enough turnovers. They couldn't create enough chaos for the other offense. And a pass rush does that. They also couldn't rush the passer without blitzing. So, like, if you're playing a Tom Brady or a Patrick Mahomes, those guys eat blitzes for breakfast. So, you know, if you can't rush them with four guys, then they're just stand back there and get to pick your defense apart. And that's exactly what happened when the Ravens and the Chiefs played back in Week 3.
All right.
What was so funny a minute ago?
Who was laughing?
Yeah, Corey, you were.
Corey was.
I was laughing about what?
Yes.
I don't know. That's
Something
what I'm asking you.
hysterically, yes.
Apparently, I've already forgotten then, because
I guess it wasn't that funny.
Guess not.
Well, the Saints pick is in.
Yep.
So we'll see what they're gonna do.
What do you want from the Saints, Eric?
Well, I feel like they have to replace Janoris Jenkins, who they cut loose as a cap casualty. Yeah, because they actually do have some of those, apparently. Not everybody gets to get paid. They do have to do some type of magic to make it happen.
Wizardry.
So I think they'll probably go cornerback. Obviously, a lot of the best ones are off the board, but there's still a lot of talent, late first round grade type of guys. I mentioned, you know, Tyson Campbell from your favorite school, Evan, Georgia. You've also got Asante Samuel Jr. on the board. He's still around, so he's worth a consideration as well. But that seems to be the way they're leaning, is to replace Janoris Jenkins, because they somehow still have Marshawn Lattimore, which I thought for sure he was going to be gone. But I think they might have tagged him, so he's still around. Obviously, replacing Drew Brees is not a realistic option. All the good quarterbacks are gone. They have Jameis Winston, who I guess is going to try his best. And
your boy Taysom Hill, $140 million or whatever.
I pray that they use Jameis Winston, because he'll actually throw the ball to Alvin Kamara. Like, he threw the ball more to Alvin Kamara in, like, the quarter and a half that he played when Breeze broke all of his ribs than Taysom Hill did in, like, 4 starts.
So Goodell's on his way out right now, about to announce this pick for the Saints. And then once we find out who it is and maybe talk about them for a moment, Sam wants to know what we think Green Bay does here with Rodgers halfway out the door. So we'll answer that question in a moment. But Roger Goodell is
Green Bay draft
at the
another
podium,
quarterback.
not in his chair for this one.
Okay. We still don't have a bingo, by the way. You have to
So
double check
We're
the
running out of time.
counts.
We only got 5 picks left.
Oh wow, Peyton Turner, defensive end. Did not.
This is not a
didn't
guy
expect
who
that.
I've
who I
never heard of
scouted.
him.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know who
I don't
that
have
is.
any notes on Peyton Turner.
That alarms me. That that's the case. There are some good corners available, but okay. Although they did lose Hendrickson as well, but let's see. This guy. Let's watch the highlights now then.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically the film I would have watched on him if I'd even heard of him. Peyton Turner, defensive end out of Houston. Yeah, I don't know anything about this guy.
Oh, the Packers have already made their pick. Are we going to get to midnight for the?
Oh, that's something else. Yeah, it's after 11:30.
We will. There's only
and
20
if we
minutes
get to-
left, and there's still 4 picks to go. We'll get to midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's after 11:30.
So what do we think the Packers are going to do? Like, because Sam asked.
I think.
Receiver, maybe.
Nah, I think they go quarterback. They get Davis Mills out of Stanford.
Wouldn't that be something if they finally? Wouldn't that be something if they finally go receiver in the first round now that Aaron Rodgers is bailing?
Yeah, and you know there are a couple of really good receiver prospects that I like still on the board. The Moores, and they are not related, but Elijah Moore out of Ole Miss and Rondale Moore out of Purdue. I like both of them a lot. I also like Terrace Marshall out of LSU. He's a guy who I heard a couple people compare him to Michael Thomas. I was like, slow your roll. Come on now. But
that's over boogieing. Now they're showing Aaron Rodgers on the screen.
But I can sort of see it watching the film and he's got great footwork off the line of scrimmage, which makes him a guy who's going to be really good in slant route situations, which Michael Thomas excels at, we know. He's a fast guy like Michael Thomas, and he has an insane catch radius because he's basically the exact same height and weight as Michael Thomas. He's 6'3", 200 pounds. So I don't think that the comparison is that out of line. It's out of line to the extent that Michael Thomas has proven and this guy is not, but the size and the skill set are identical. It's just a matter of whether he's actually going to be able to execute those skills to the level that Michael Thomas has.
Talking about Terrace Marshall?
Yes.
Apparently I heard that he was sliding down boards for health-related issues, like injuries and stuff.
I haven't seen that, so I don't know. It might be.
Yeah, I was surprised when I saw that he was on most people's board as a second-round pick, but it could be related to some of those health issues that Evan mentioned, because I thought he was a pretty damn good
If
player.
he ends up going second round, there's yet another comparison. Michael Thomas was a second-round pick.
Yeah, I do have a little write-up on Terrace Marshall Jr. It's not good. Doesn't seem to be special like Bateman, missing a little speed and quickness. He's a bad ball catcher, which is good. So like LSU's quarterbacks have been really terrible in 2020. So they were throwing the ball all over the place, and he was still catching those. Seems big, the kind of guy the Ravens have drafted before, but who didn't turn out to be much of anything. That was my Terrace Marshall Jr. Assessment.
He's not being drafted by the Ravens, so maybe he'll turn out to be something then.
And the Ravens have another pick coming up, so
Oh yeah, that's true. But they wouldn't draft a second receiver, would they?
No,
you
they
wouldn't
wouldn't
think.
I wouldn't think. Got to go pass rusher here with the second Ravens pick.
First, we got to see what the Packers do.
And the Bills.
Bills, yeah.
The Bills are another team that is loaded.
I think they could use some help stopping the run a little bit, but they've also shown interest in maybe drafting another cornerback, so we'll see what they do. But I think the Packers could use a corner as well. I mean, they were getting toasted in the NFC Championship game by all those receivers in Tampa Bay. So they could definitely make use of somebody that could maybe cover somebody. So that Tom Brady's not slinging tutties to Scotty Miller as time expires.
All right, well, the Packers pick is in. Goodell is at the podium.
All right, what do we got, cheeseheads?
Mm-hmm. discount double check guys in the chair.
Eric Stokes, cornerback from UGA.
Jeez.
He's not on my list.
That's not what you want, Green Bay.
Not there. Not on my list. Asante Samuel, Tyson Campbell. If I had to Melifonwu, however you pronounce that, I apologize if I butchered that. Kelvin Joseph.
Wait.
If right. That word is doing a lot of heavy lifting. If.
Maybe I got it right.
No, you did not.
You definitely did not.
All right, well then you go. Show me how it's done.
How is it
I don't know
spelled?
what you're talking about.
Ifeatu. That's the first name. Melifonwu.
I would say Ifeatu Melifonwu.
Melifonwu.
That's what I said for the last name. So,
You said like 5 more syllables.
Yeah, you definitely said like 5 more syllables.
It didn't help that I had to scratch out a letter that I misspelled. So it might have confused me a little bit because that M is looking more like 3 M's in a row.
That's fine, but you definitely mispronounced it.
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I probably butchered that name. So
Not probably, no. It wasn't very good. Yeah, so another UGA guy.
your boys. Yeah, but again, I don't know who Eric Stokes is though.
I don't either.
So what the hell are
UGA's
the Packers
defense
doing?
was really good, but they're a team, at least last year, that they try to compete with Alabama like it's 10 years ago.
But
Like,
Eric,
you know how Alabama and LSU used to have these great defenses and
yes,
sort of ball
9-6,
control
yes.
offense? Yeah. But like LSU and Alabama don't do that anymore. But Georgia still does. At least did.
So
I don't understand though. Tyson Campbell was a better corner than Eric Stokes because I've heard of him and they played on the same team. So what gives here, Packers?
All right. Well, our also on our bingo card, our podcast and live stream have lasted longer than 4 hours. So if you're still with us, please consult your doctor.
That's a knee slapper.
all right, so
still don't have
who
a
do the
bingo.
Bills take here?
I mean, I feel like the Bills, they can pick anybody. Like,
I feel like
the
they
Bills
need-
don't really need anything.
I feel like they could really use an edge rusher.
I feel like there's no problem, edge rusher or offensive line, right? The type of position where it doesn't help to have more depth.
I think
They can't have enough. good
Azeez
offensive line.
Ojulari would be a good pick for them here. I don't know if they need help on in the interior, but Christian Barmore from Alabama,
Another Alabama
he'd
guy.
be a good defensive tackle.
I mean, I think
They also need running back help, I feel like, but I don't know that I would necessarily go.
You can get a running back in.
Right,
in
exactly.
another 6
Like, I don't know
rounds.
that I would necessarily
Yeah.
go with running back here.
Yeah, I think that if you're going to be the team competing against the likes of the Chiefs and probably Baltimore as well, and Cleveland's got a great offensive line.
You got to get after the
and
quarterback somehow.
Yeah, you got to have guys that can get after the quarterback, especially against the Chiefs, because we saw, the Chiefs had virtually nothing offensive line-wise in that game. They just had like one healthy one, and it didn't matter. The Bills simply didn't have the ability to get to Patrick Mahomes, whereas we saw what happened when they played the Bucs, who had significantly better pass rush options, although the line was more hurt in the Super Bowl than it was against the Bills. But it was night and day what happens when you had pass rushers that could win their matchups.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think I agree with all that. The Ravens are picking next again. So the couple of times the Ravens have had 2 first-round picks in the past a few times. I mean, most notably, obviously, was Jonathan Ogden and Ray Lewis. But there was Terrell Suggs and Kyle Bowler. They were picked in the same first round. There was Hayden Hurst and Lamar Jackson. I'm interested to see. I think Joe Flacco and somebody else was in the first round as well. Who's that other guy? Maybe. Yeah, I don't remember. But yeah, it's this is another nerve-wracking moment, right? All these other teams get all these good players. Meanwhile, the Ravens don't get to pick yet.
Well, this is the struggle of being good.
Yeah. The Ravens did benefit from all the quarterbacks, though, right? Like, what if there weren't 5 quarterbacks picked in the first 15 picks or whatever? Right?
Yeah.
So, this is Jason Oweh. They're showing Jason Oweh. I have questions about Jason Oweh.
Well, they're
right?
showing Azeez Ojulari here right now, showing his family.
I'm surprised he's still on the board.
I am a little bit too. I mean, he had really good film. Evan fell in love with him, but refused to watch his tape because of where he went to school.
Yeah, I cheated a little bit. I did watch his highlights, or I watched highlights of the Alabama game against Georgia. So they lost that game, and Ojulari wasn't spectacular. He didn't really stand out, but nobody stands out against Alabama, right? He was going up against Leatherwood and those guys.
So we got Gregory Rousseau, defensive end from Miami, going to the Bills. So it looks like a pass rusher extraordinaire. Well, maybe not. I don't see him on my list here.
Give me one second. I might have watched his film, but I don't remember for sure. So I'll have to go back and take a look at my notes.
James has Gregory Rousseau going 22nd to Tennessee. So, yeah, James had him.
Well, good for James, because I did not see this one.
Let's see.
Well, just because I didn't see him doesn't mean he's not good.
I did not have him either. Yeah, I definitely recognize his name, but I probably just came across one of his and didn't get to it because I think he was projected as a second rounder on the CBS thing I was working off of, but I ran out of time after getting through quarterback, running back, receiver, and Kyle Pitts, and I was like, you know what, I'm just going to look at the guys who are projected first round on defense. I don't have time to get through the second round as well. So that's probably what happened. I probably had him on my list initially of somebody I wanted to and just didn't get to him.
Yeah, I focused on the guys who I thought the Ravens might get. I didn't think the Ravens would get him. Oh, man. These pass rushers who dip and rip and can also handle the run game, just those are the type of guys I really want the Ravens to get. Yeah. We haven't had a guy who sets the edge and can rush the passer since, like, prime Terrell Suggs.
So I just realized we've had the Chiefs as the 31st pick all this time because they initially were, and I missed the trade that put the Ravens up to 31. So
yeah, Orlando
from
Brown.
A week ago.
Yeah, I somehow missed it, and
that was even in our show notes for today.
Somehow, I never updated it in the in this, so it's been saying Kansas City all this time.
Well, I would say that the Chiefs did all right with Orlando Brown for the 31st pick. Not too shabby.
Yeah, there was an exchange of some other picks. I consider that kind of minutia at this point. That's pretty cool that the fan who sits in the chair gets to meet the draft pick. That's fun.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, like what if the draft pick goes to the Hall of Fame and you're like, yeah, I was sitting in the chair and I shook that guy's hand. That would be interesting.
Yeah, and then people would look it up and they'd see you dressed up in something ridiculous, and you know.
Well, that's what fandom is.
This guy's got braces.
Okay, so he's got to look good for prime time. He's on television.
I'm not knocking him. It's just not something you see often, you know. And good for him.
Pick who had braces earlier. I think it was somebody. I don't know. Yeah, all right, thanks. Ravens, come on, 5 minutes. Let's go.
This sounds like Corey. This sounds like what Corey was saying to you earlier. Come on, Evan, 5 minutes. Need the picture. Let's go. And I'm like, I turned you guys down because you guys are stressing me out. I'm like, nope, I'm here. I'm ready to go. Y'all can figure that crap out. I'm going to just sit here and get ready for the show while Evan wigs out about Skype sucking and Corey gets frustrated with Evan for not giving him a photograph. I'm like, okay, no, not getting involved in that. Staying over here.
Yeah. So I did send you a picture of myself just looking irritated.
You did look pretty pissed in that picture.
Oh my goodness. The camera has worked for years. Like, I've been doing the podcast live stream type stuff since 2015. No issues. Tonight we're going live, and now it's not.
We're running into a little bit of an issue right now with some dropped frames. It looks like it's resolved itself, but we just went from like 50 dropped frames for the whole show to 260. So
Okay.
if
What are dropped frames?
it's basically just like the packets that send out through the live stream. So like we're going at roughly 30 frames per second. That's our frame rate right now, and it was missing some for a little bit there. So if the video got a little choppy there, the audio got choppy, that's what happened. But it looks like it is resolved.
Okay.
Well, the Ravens are taking their sweet time.
Yeah, which is,
that's fine. We're about to get to midnight.
Yeah,
they're making sure that happens.
Yeah.
I haven't played Flow today.
Did I play? I think I did. I'm pretty sure I played. I did. Okay, good. I would have been out of time.
Not.
I think these were This was a pretty tough. I mean, it was only 3, but they were more difficult. So you got 4 minutes, Evan.
Yeah,
get it done.
I'm trying. We're going. It's in commercial. So
the Ravens clock reset to 10 minutes. Oh, picks in.
Okay.
Yeah, their pick is in. So that's the clock for
all right.
Tampa
So
Bay.
That's the Tampa Bay clock starting.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that means I had Ravens straight up and Ravens straight back out of the first round, both on the bingo card, and neither one of them gets really. That is shocking.
Are you shocked, Evan?
They get straight up to 32.
Yeah, I'm not going to bed this time. I thought sure we the Ravens we traded up and we traded back to get Hayden Hurst. I'm like, okay, that's the guy. I'm going to sleep. I'm tired of sleep.
I thought for sure the Patriots were going to draft Lamar Jackson. I was going to be like, the world's going to explode.
Yeah, and then I wake up in the morning. There's like 100 notifications. Ravens draft Lamar Jackson. I'm like, what?
Like when the Ravens ducked out of the first round, I was like, wow, I thought they would pick Lamar Jackson, and they didn't. I was like, that's lame. I kind of wanted to see the Ravens pick Lamar Jackson. And then suddenly, Ravens straight up to 32. I'm like, are they going to draft Lamar Jackson? And then they did.
Oh, yeah. The Ravens reporter who was at Jerry World that night, he left. He was on his way out. It's like, oh, well, we got the pick, we got the story, we talked to him, we took some pictures, we're good, let's go. So they're like in a golf cart in the parking lot somewhere. Then all of a sudden their phones start blowing up. The Ravens traded back up in the first round. They almost crash and have to turn around and go back. And they're running and they're wearing suits and it's blazing hot because it's Texas. And they're running and trying to scramble around and stuff. Like, now they know. Like, we just have to sit through all 32 picks.
Oh my goodness!
Like every time.
Yep.
All right, so I'm hoping for Aziz Ojulari out of UGA. So
UGA.
Yeah, but you know what? He's on the good side now. When because my number one football team plays on Sundays instead of Saturdays. So that's my main allegiance, football fandom wise.
What if y'all don't take him, and then the Steelers trade up to 32 and take him?
But then I mean, he's on my bad list forever. That's Heinz Ward land.
See, like, my main allegiance is to my professional football team, but if Maryland, in some capacity, in some miracle, ever won a national championship in football, I'd be more excited about that than my team winning the Super Bowl, because that's just unbelievable.
I mean, it's pretty unbelievable to think of Washington winning the Super Bowl these days.
Yeah, but I think
I was an infant.
I don't know. Maryland football is really bad. Like, I think you got to be aware of
So
that.
is the football team.
That's true.
Our defense
but,
is good now.
but the
Oh, okay.
And the Heineke
Alright.
experience is about to begin, maybe. Either that or
Alright,
it's
well,
magic.
Let's let Evan have this moment by not announcing the pick. Let's let him see it so he
And
doesn't.
don't tell me it was whoever, Jared Price or somebody, whoever you said before.
I said Richie Grant.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Also, I noticed Michael Irvin has been the hype man in between. All right, I'm turning the sound on.
And it is midnight.
Yes, it is.
Jason Owe? I don't know about this one.
No way, oh way. Well, the Bucks pick is already in, so I guess they're gonna get that guy Aziz, aren't they? My goodness.
I don't know, but he had no sacks though.
Owe was
sack.
another guy who I had on my list of guys I wanted to look at and just ran out of time before I could get to him.
I don't know. I want to see because I didn't watch his tape either. But like all I heard about was this guy. He doesn't have any sacks. He never got any sacks. I'm like, well, you don't produce in college. Like, how are you supposed to produce in the NFL?
I'm just curious about all these Penn State defensive players going in the first round, given the fact that Penn State's defense sucked last year. I mean, Micah Parsons was it. Like, he was the guy. So I don't really know if I'm not sure I feel comfortable with that. I just don't.
Yeah. Well, now they're showing him getting all these sacks. I guess this was 2 years ago.
And the Bucks pick is in, so we
Yeah.
just made it to midnight.
Yeah.
I made it by a few minutes because the pick.
Yeah, I mean
hasn't been-
it'll be another couple minutes before they announce it, but still, like, you know, it'll be like 12:05. Granted, then we still have to wrap up the show, and you know how we are.
Yeah. There's some. I do want to talk some baseball just quickly. There's DaCosta and Harbs and some other
I don't
people
know how much I
don't even
really want to
recognize.
talk baseball.
Oh, okay. Oh, your Yankees, they split with the Orioles this week? Goodness gracious. Last place?
Suck.
Somebody's got to say it.
I've updated my list of players we can keep since last week. We can definitely keep Kyle Higashioka. Love that guy. We can still keep DJ. We can keep Gio.
Yeah.
We can keep Garrett Cole.
until he slides into a 1 for 20 and you hate him too.
Honestly, I'm not, you know, that as high on Judge right now. He's been frustrating me.
God.
All right, Bucks pick is in. They're announcing it. Final pick of the night.
Joe Tryon? Linebacker? I don't know who that is. Who?
I don't know. This was not a guy I was expecting to see on night one. Good for him,
No,
but I was not expecting that.
me either.
From
But
UW.
Okay. I guess when you're the Bucks and you don't really, yes, dude, it's a backup linebacker. I guess you can play behind the rest of their dudes. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, let me see. Let me go through and check to make sure, because there's a possible bingo, but I might have miscounted. How many ACC players have we had, including Notre Dame? Okay, it has the ticker has automatically jumped to the second round. I want to see the first round. Hello.
I'll just watch our stream. Our ticker's live. Had a
Okay,
little
here we
bit of
go.
a pause there on Washington. Kind of funny that it happened to be on them. That was not intentional.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Trevor Lawrence. And another one for a while. Jalen Phillips. Caleb Farley. Christian Darrisaw. Travis Etienne, that's 5. Greg Rousseau, 6. Okay. Well, I would like to announce we have a bingo.
Do we?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Down at the bottom of the bingo card, we going from left to right. We discussed non-football topics. We talked about the Yankees for a little bit, and the Orioles being terrible. We laughed audibly at a team's pick. The Giants. What are y'all doing? 5 first-round players from the ACC and Notre Dame. I think we have 6. Podcast and live stream are more than 4 hours. We went over that about 20 minutes ago. And fans booing. Those were also Giants fans. So that's 5. We didn't need to utilize the free space.
Wow.
And we didn't have to. Yeah, and we didn't have to sort of artificially do any of them either. Have to go back and double check to make sure that we didn't get like 7 players from the Big Ten, and we don't know what the show title's going to be just yet. And yeah, the weather in Cleveland wasn't really a topic. I thought it would be. It's cold and gross.
Isn't that a
At least
topic?
I thought it was. I mean, it didn't seem like it came up. Like they didn't show like 2 years ago in Nashville when there was a biblical downpour. That was something that couldn't go unnoticed, but that didn't seem like it was really an issue here tonight. Nobody traded up 10 or more spots. Teams kept trading up by 9 spots.
They knew that you put that on there, Evan.
Yeah, the Ravens didn't trade up or back. How is that possible? Yeah, and Mac Jones didn't go didn't get picked 3rd by the 49ers. Maybe that one might have been too specific.
I think the 49ers would have been better off going for Justin Fields, but just because, like, if you're going to give Jimmy G another chance, sure. Like, you know, get a guy who's going to be more of a work in progress, not somebody who should probably be starting day one. But just based on the way that Kyle Shanahan was talking this way, like, I can't imagine that Jimmy G feels like his coaching staff has that much confidence in him.
They can't. He basically said, well, any one of these 5 guys would be adequate to replace my bum-ass quarterback.
They asked him if they could commit to Jimmy G being on the roster this season, and he said, I can't guarantee any of us will be alive. I was like, whoa.
Morbid
Either
answer.
Jimmy G is definitely out, or we're all in a whole lot of trouble.
My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jimmy G's more out than Aaron Rodgers is out of Green Bay. Like, he's that far out. He's toast in Seattle. Like, it's just in Seattle. I'm tired and hungry. In San Francisco. Where did I get Seattle from? Yeah. So, it's a great first round. It was a quick one.
Yeah.
This is only
It did feel.
This is only a slightly longer show than we usually do.
Yeah, I mean, last year we went 5 out. Now, granted, last year I think we might have started at like 7. I think we started pretty early. I don't think we waited until like just before the draft began. I'd have to go back and double check that, but I feel like we started earlier last year. Because I think we might have finished at like 12:30. I don't think we finished like ridiculously late.
Oh, I thought we didn't finish at like 1:30.
No,
The draft ended later last year.
It did, but I don't think it ended that much later.
Well, part of it was also things got held up a little bit because the entire draft was on Zoom and all that stuff. You know, so there was naturally some technical bugs that they had to work out. We know plenty about that. So.
Yeah. Last year's draft show was 4 hours 25 minutes.
Oh, is that it?
Wow.
We're about to be there anyway. We're at 4:22.
And we're at 4:22.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah,
we're about
we
to be the same. Longer since you want to talk some baseball. So,
I mean, just mention briefly that
the
Orioles
I'm 2-0.
did play this week. Yeah. I got a win in our fantasy league this past week. So,
Yeah, I took a loss this week. Didn't have a great week. I had Acuna was missing for the first few games with an injury, and it still looked like I was going to win anyway. But Corey Fronten's team came on strong at the end of the week and blew by me. I was like, damn. It's like I didn't have a chance the entire time. I thought it was an illusion.
Okay. Yeah, Jacob deGrom was amazing. He's the best pitcher and hitter on the Mets right now. Like how bad is that Mets offense? The Orioles quickly. Dean Kramer got toasted. Wade LeBlanc also got toasted, and might as well have been Matt LeBlanc this past week. And I looked up Wade LeBlanc. His middle name is Matthew, so he probably was Matt LeBlanc. Like,
how you doing?
Yeah. Joey Tribbiani out there. The Orioles did beat the A's one time on Sunday. Zach Lothar got called up. Matt Harvey, speaking of blasts from the past, Matt Harvey pitched 6 innings, 1 run against Corey's Yankees. The Orioles won. Freddie Galvis hurt himself. He's day-to-day, and aren't we all really day-to-day at this point? The Orioles did win today after dropping the next 2, or the previous 2 now, to the Yankees during a split of the 4-game set. Orioles heading out to Oakland, start 3 games tomorrow night. And I think, is there any of this other baseball stuff you want to talk about tonight, or do you want to just bump that to next week?
I don't think we necessarily need to get into a whole lot of it, just because it is late, and this is kind of, this is our one show that's kind of dedicated to football. But I will say I was definitely disappointed with the Yankees. I was disappointed today. We got a little bit unlucky. Gleyber Torres ripped one into the gap in the top of the 9th that would have scored 2 runs and put us ahead. At which point the bottom of the 9th shutout by Chapman would have won the game for us. But no, it had to be a ground rule double. So we ended up only scoring 1 to tie the game. And then we couldn't bring the run home in the top of the 10th. And then we let a guy get to 3rd. And we didn't walk, what's his name? Your guy's really hot hitter.
Cedric Mullins.
Cedric Mullins. We should have walked him. I don't know why we didn't. We should have. And he ended up driving that run in on a sac fly. That was a really horrible throw by Aaron Hicks. I know he's coming off Tommy John surgery, but good Lord.
He knew it too. He threw the ball and then just hung his head.
Yeah.
Like, oh, jeez, that was bad.
Yeah, our pitcher
I just see that clip.
Jonathan Loizaga just walked off. He saw the ball was offline. He was done. So we can talk about the second Padres-Dodgers series next week, I think. That was another great one. Unfortunately, I only got to see the last entry of that 4-game set because I was down in North Carolina visiting Rashonda's family for the first time.
I watched the whole thing.
I know you did. I wouldn't give up meeting Rashonda's family because it was fantastic. I was so happy to finally meet them in person, at least a few of them. But I definitely missed watching those first 3 games. And then the other thing that I'll want to, we can maybe talk about, although we've kind of beat into the ground in our own chats off of the show, is the Bumgarner outing, whether that should count as a no-hitter when it only went 7 innings, despite the fact that it's MLB's own fault that it was only 7 innings, because 7-inning doubleheaders are stupid. They're stupid.
Yeah, I think 7-inning doubleheaders are stupid as well. I think it should count as a no-hitter. He pitched the entire game and gave up no hits. It was only 7 innings and not 9.
I don't want to hear any of this asterisk talk. I want to hear all this. It's not the same. Well, it's not the same because Major League Baseball made it not the same.
It's still not the same.
We know it's not the same. Thank you, Doctor. We notice it's not the same.
So it should be noted that it's not the same. That's what the.
It's still a no-hitter though. He pitched the whole game and gave up no hits.
So when you look up the 307 no-hitters throughout Major League Baseball history, you should see Madison Bumgarner's name with the little star next to it.
Oh my goodness.
He's on the list. He did it.
I think he should be on the list, yeah. And, I don't think anybody's ever going to forget that, that one was only 7 innings. But
there's been 306 of them already. If that's the 307th, I guarantee you can't remember all the situations about the previous 306.
Oh my goodness.
Nobody remembers that Phil Humber's perfect game was a result of a terrible call of home plate.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
The ump just threw the call because he didn't want to beat Jim Joyce 2.0.
Nobody remembers it. You literally just recounted it.
That's because it happened
against your
the Mariners. Yes. Yeah. But Evan didn't remember it, but he knows who Phil Humber is.
Yes. Philip Humber.
But doesn't that prove the point that somebody probably remembers the happenstance of all of them?
Yeah, in 50 years, when I'm senile, nobody's going to remember. I'm the only one that remembers.
Right, but there's somebody who remembers the one that came after that, and there's probably somebody who remembers the one that came before that because it happened against their team or it happened for their team.
Yeah, but when I'm dead and gone, it's going to disappear.
Well, sure, but that's
and it's just going to go in the book as a no-hitter. Yeah, exactly. So we should asterisk it to denote that it was weird.
Anyway, I think
we agree.
Yeah, more or less. I think this is a good place to leave it. Our ticker just ran through the final one. I'm not going to restart it because it's an 11-minute thing, and we're not going to be on here for another 11 minutes.
We might. You never know.
Well, I don't want to commit to it because once I started, I'm not gonna stop the stream until we've gotten through all 32 picks. So.
Oh, okay. But yeah. If you made it this far in our podcast, pushing 5 hours, you should probably subscribe because you clearly like what we do. So not only hit the subscribe button, but smash that subscribe button. Be sure to leave us a rating and a review on your favorite podcast source. We're on all of them. Apple Podcasts, Amazon Podcasts, Google, Spotify, SoundCloud. Wherever your pods are cast, you can find us on there. You can find us on Facebook, where we are still currently broadcasting live to, I'm sure, do we have a quarter of a dozen people still watching this?
Well, we had as many as 7 or 8 at any one time tonight, and we've got 2 right now.
Two-thirds? We had 2/3 of a dozen.
Yeah. We're moving on
Alrighty.
up. Slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah, we'll have a whole dozen by next year.
Yeah, when a box of donuts come next season, it'll be great.
Yeah. So yeah, you can find us on our Facebook page where we're broadcasting live right now, and where we post all of our links and various blog posts and whatnot. All of it goes up there. The Sportsballers on Facebook. Email us, thesportsballers@gmail.com. Please email us. Right? Somebody email us something. We had to fish for some mailbag content this week. Also, this week, James, you absolutely crushed it with this mock draft.
Yes, you did.
This was amazing.
Holy cow!
I had
I'm
no
blown
idea
away.
this was even coming. I didn't ask for it. Loved it. You got the Rashad Bateman pick right to the Ravens. You put him at 31 and not
what was it,
27.
20, yeah, 27.
But
still, you got it.
That's doing pretty good. Loved it. Sean, Drew, Rashonda, y'all are on our sheet expecting mailbag stuff. We didn't get it. Let's see. You can follow us on Twitter. Our show Twitter is @SportsBallers18. You can follow us individually on Twitter. Corey's @Corey Puffett. Eric is @Quagmire67. And I am @Evan_Ash13. Let's see. I think that is it. Any shout outs, I guess, briefly before we get out of here?
To anybody who tuned in for our show. 4.5 hours is a long time, and though I'm sure most of you who tuned in didn't stay for the whole thing, you kind of came and went. We appreciate you. Shout out to, in particular, Anthony Battle, Sam Martin, Farron Ash, a couple of my students who got on, Austin Boynes and Kevin Alvarez, who commented in the chat over the course of it and gave us some fan interaction. We love that. We'd love to have fan interaction on all of our shows. It hasn't really been the case with the exception of this show last year and this show this year. But we love it. So shout out to our fans. Shout out to all of you guys.
Eric, anybody you want to mention right quick?
I mean, Corey covered it all pretty thoroughly. Appreciate everybody that tuned in. So we'd love to do this. It was the highlight of my week this week. I was looking forward to it pretty much all week, and I look forward to doing it again next year.
Yeah, is it? Do we want to say, was this the second annual draft live show?
Absolutely.
Why not?
I'm down to make this an annual thing. I love that idea, and hopefully we can find some other cool opportunities during the year to do live video shows. I mean, we've been streaming every podcast live for the past few months now on our Facebook page, so follow us there and tune in live so that you can interact with us. But yeah, this for sure will be an annual thing, and hopefully we can find some other events to do kind of special podcasts like this.
You can stream the Major League Baseball draft.
That's not happening.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Nobody would watch, and we wouldn't enjoy it. It would be terrible.
Yeah.
They even put that on TV.
It is on TV on MLB Network. I've been watching it because the Orioles have been so terrible at the major league level. Like, well, got to be hopeful for something. So, like, I was watching live when we drafted Adley and we drafted Heston Kjerstad. So, that's pretty cool, I guess. Let's see. Shout out. My grandmother's birthday is tomorrow.
Oh.
So I'll be giving her a call tomorrow. Let's see. And then also, we didn't mention the Kentucky Derby is on Saturday. I just love horse racing, so check that out. But yeah, let's get out of here. Please get your COVID vaccine. This is the ticket out of the pandemic. The pandemic has sucked in so many ways for so many people. Certainly so many people have died. And it's just been a generally miserable time as well, being stuck in your house and can't do fun stuff. So the ticket out of the pandemic is getting your vaccine. So go get your COVID vaccine, and don't give me any of the nonsense. I don't know what's in that thing. Well, have you eaten a hot dog lately? You don't know what's in that either. So, just go get your vaccine.
Get my second one on Sunday.
Yeah, I think I get my second one in a couple of weeks. Let's see. I want everybody to stay safe and wash their hands and wear a mask. Stay socially distanced. You should bathe. Tell people you love that you love them, and as always, don't be a jerk. Just don't be a jerk. So after nearly 5 hours in a tremendous NFL draft, for Corey and Eric, I'm Evan. This has been the Sportsballers podcast. Thank you so much for listening and watching this week and putting up with our technical issues. I'm sure there were many. Thank you so much, and we will talk to you next week.